We're going to start with roll call.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Balone, we're going to take roll call.
Sure. Ms. Mendez?
Here.
Mr. Lalansky?
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Here. Here.
Ms. Gandhi?
Here.
Mrs. McCormack?
Here.
Thank you. I'll draw your attention.
You want me to take the rest?
Oh, so sorry.
Ms.
Continue.
Seward? Mr. Petruno? Mrs. Belomo? Mr. Hyatt? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll draw your attention to Sunshine Law and the statement of videotaping of public portion of Board of Education meetings that I will not read in full. In the bedroom. Okay, we'll now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I really feel like I should be singing this song after. I feel so good sitting here.
Okay, I'm now going to open it to public comments. Mr. Caravello is running a little bit late. It's here. Did anybody sign up for public comments? I don't have the list in front of me. No? Okay. All right. We'll now read the executive session resolution. So be it resolved that in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, the Marlboro Township Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to the exception prescribed for the purpose of discussing interviews for before and after school care services and personnel matters. It is anticipated the length of time of this executive session will be 75 minutes and that action will be taken in public after the executive session. Be it further resolved that the minutes of the executive session will be released when the need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSA 10-4-12 no longer applies. Do I have a second? Michael? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Discussion? Okay. We'll go in executive session and then we'll come back out for the meeting. Thank you. them out. 5 minutes only. Fine. Okay, we're going to call to order.
Mrs. Palomo,
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi.
She's here. She had to step
Yep.
out for 1 second.
Mr. Hyatt, Mr. Lansky,
Here.
Mrs. McCormack,
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz, Mr.
She had to step out for a second.
Mr. Petruno.
He's here.
He's also here. He had to step out. Mrs. Seward
Here.
and Mrs. Mendez.
Here.
you.
Okay. First, thank you all for being here and waiting. We appreciate the time that you've dedicated to being here. Mr. Balone?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. This month's student recognition, we have students from Marlboro Middle School and staff from Marlboro Middle School. They formed a new club called the Healthy Futures Club, and at this time, I would like to welcome to the podium Principal Mrs. Pat Nowacki.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Oh, you're so kind. Good evening, Mrs. Mendez, members of the board, Mr. Balone. On behalf of Mr. McCann, Mr. Tagenhorst, and myself, we are excited to bring our nurses and a few members of our Healthy Futures Club to your meeting tonight. The Healthy Futures Club is new to Marlboro Middle School. Picture of our students is behind you on the screen. Students who have joined the club have already made first aid kits for every classroom in the building and learned how to use an AED. Their biggest project this year is well underway. They have planned, organized, and advertised for their first blood drive, a community-wide project. The blood drive is scheduled for April 10th from 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., and it will be held in the main gym of MMS. Many district staff and employees have already signed up to participate, and we are hoping other community members will join us. I would like to now introduce you to our amazing MMS nurses, Lauren Gabler and Jenna Gricci, who are leading this club and this new adventure.
Good evening, Mrs. Mendez, members of the board, Mr. Balone, Mrs. Nowacki, and the Marlboro community. Thank you for having us tonight. We are so proud of the students in the Healthy Futures Club. Tonight we have Oliver, Soria, Vita, Andrew, and Mason here to present some information about our upcoming blood drive.
Notice their really cool red shirts.
On behalf of the Healthy Futures Club, thank you for having us tonight. We are very excited that our brand new club is hosting a blood drive created by its students. We have been working hard over the past few weeks, and we are proud to present our plans to you this evening.
On Wednesday, April 10th, 2024, the Healthy Futures Club will be hosting a blood drive at Marlboro Middle School. Even though we may be too young to donate blood ourselves, we can still make a difference. We will be helping to greet and check in blood donors and assist with snacks after the donation process. We are so very excited to have raffle prizes for blood donors, which include gift cards to local businesses. Blood donation is so important to save lives.
Most people over the age of 16 can give blood, and just one blood donation can save up to 3 lives. Our blood drive is being run by the New York Blood Center, which provides blood to our tri-state area hospitals. More than 8,000 donors each week are needed in order to meet the hospital demand. Blood donation is quick, safe, easy, is a quick, safe, and an easy process that is so desperately needed.
We are anticipating a large turnout for our staff within the district and are now reaching out to the community, that's you, for more support. As you can see in the flyers available tonight, there is a link and a QR code which will bring you to our scheduling page. We are very hopeful that after tonight, we will have reached our goal and the schedule will be filled.
Although this is our first blood drive, we are ambitious that this will not be our last. We hope that with your support, this will just be a beginning of making a difference in our community. This is just the start of things that we can do to change the world, starting with the Marlboro community. Once again, we are asking you to consider being a blood donor and come out and give the gift of life on April 10th.
Hi, we are the Healthy Futures Club. We are so excited to host our first ever blood drive.
Every 2 seconds, someone needs blood.
One blood donation can save up to 3 lives. Burn victims, patients with cancer, and patients in need of surgery often require blood.
Babies, especially premature babies, may need blood transfusions as well. Blood has a short shelf life, so there is constantly a need.
1 out of 3 people will need blood in their lifetime.
There are no synthetic blood, so donors are really important.
Every year, 15 million units of blood products are needed in the USA.
Most people over 16 years old can donate blood.
A healthy blood donor may donate every 56 days.
A newborn's life can be saved with as little as a teaspoon of blood.
The human body contains different types of minerals. On average, a person's blood contains 0.2 milligrams of gold in their blood.
How cool is that?
You know, 62% of people in the U.S. are eligible to donate, but only 3% do.
The number one reason that people don't donate is because they were never asked.
So we are asking you.
And 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 you. And you.
And you.
And you.
And you. To help save lives and consider donating blood on April 10th at the Healthy Futures Blood Drive at Marlboro Middle School.
Thank you!
Thank you to our student speakers tonight and to the entire Healthy Futures Club at MMS. Thank you again to the board for allowing us to come tonight to share this information with you. Please feel free to reach out if you need help with scheduling. We are looking forward to a successful event and hope to see you there. Thank you.
I just want to close out by saying congratulations not only to our nurses who took on the challenge of starting a new club. It was definitely their initiative. It was their title that they were so excited to say, this is it, we're going to do it, this is going to be so cool. And it was wonderful to see not only their enthusiasm, but students who volunteered to stay after school and try out a new club, not knowing what the club was really going to be, and working with the nurses to determine where the path of the club this year was going to go. And we're just so happy that they have come together and really formed a project this year that will affect not only their learning, but the community as well. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you for coming, letting us come this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nowacki, and thank you, staff and students. That was great. Thank you so much for being here.
Can I just say something quickly?
Of course.
I just want the students to see the face of someone whose life was saved by donor blood. So I am one of the statistics, and I'll be coming on April 10th. Thanks so much for doing this.
That's awesome, Annette. Thank you. Student impact.
Okay, we'll start with the video, please.
Am I prepared for the future?
Am I prepared for the future?
I prepared for the future.
Am I prepared for the future?
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 Am I prepared for the future? Am I prepared for the future?
Am I prepared for the future? Am I prepared for the future?
Am I prepared for the future?
Now tell us what you think.
What sets an MTPS graduate apart from the rest is a question we all want answered, and we're looking for your input. The PROS initiative designed to equip our students for real-world success is underway. Now it's your chance to get involved. This week, MTPS will be seeking feedback from our school community, providing opportunities for stakeholders and groups to contribute their input and insight into the critical attributes they believe should embody an MTPS graduate. We can only hope that you participate in this community outreach so that MTPS can gather a comprehensive representation of input from our broader school community. We're asking you to respond starting tomorrow, March 20th, through March 29th. So please look out for multiple ways to respond. It'll be via survey. We will have QR codes that we control that are on the pickup and drop-off lines, so you can look there for ease of reference. We will also be sending out an email to our parents, our staff. So please look out and please participate, because we're looking for as much feedback as we can get. Thank you. Moving right into artwork on display. The artwork on display was created by the second grade students of Frank DeFino Elementary School. The art depicts the symbol of the Hamza, also known as the Hand of Fatima or the Hand of Miriam. The Hamza has deep significance in various cultures, especially the Judaic and Islamic heritage. The artwork displays a shared symbol across different traditions and offers the ability for students to opine on the interconnectedness and similarities of different faiths. The art and the discussions foster unity, tolerance, and acceptance, which are important concepts in this time and place. Students are able to share the various places they have seen the Hamza, such as clothing, jewelry, and home decor. These observations connected the art to their home and their community. The production portion of the art engages students to understand and utilize a number of elements and principles of art, such as line, shape, color, unity, contrast, pattern, emphasis, and symmetry. The second graders were very engaged in the activity because of the nature of the Hamza. It is a pleasing and curious piece of art work to see, but it extends deep meaning into things that are not seen. Moving right into announcements. We are pleased to recognize several students for their participation in the Monmouth County Youth Art Month shows and contests. Earlier this year, we had 8th graders accepted to represent Monmouth County at a state art show at the NJEA convention in November. We had a 7th grader had work accepted into NJPAC's late winter exhibit. Similar to the winter exhibit work is currently on display at the Victoria Theater lobby at NJPAC in Newark. We had an 8th grader had her artwork chosen to represent Monmouth County at the State Youth Art Month show. In total, 7 pieces were chosen out of 75 submissions to represent K through 12 students from all across the country. We had 6th graders enter into a fair housing poster contest by the County of Monmouth, and both won first prize in this contest. And moving on to a different topic, congratulations to the Marlboro Middle Math team for finishing first place in the annual CBA Math Tournament. The team worked hard over the course of 4 months of competition, and we congratulate them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bus driver and building maintenance personnel?
Yes, all abstracts were run and all have privileges in good standing.
Thank you. We're now going to open up to public comments.
Sure, so I have 3 on my list. First, Mr. Brian Cohen.
Good evening. I don't have handouts for you today, I promise. Good evening. I'm Brian Cohen, Marlboro Township. I'm here to comment on the first reading of Policy 0155, Board of Committees. I must say I was optimistic when I saw this on the agenda and thought changes were going to address the board's efficiencies, strengthen its connection to community, and even leverage its own internal expertise and knowledge. Unfortunately, in my opinion, the proposed changes fall short of achieving any of these aspirations. The proposed revisions are only minor changes to committee names and fall short of showing the board has done any self-assessment considering ways it may be more efficient in its work and in meeting the needs of the school, the students, and even the community. I took the time to look at the committees at some of the school boards in neighboring towns. While you share some of the same committees, these other towns have committees that offer a different emphasis on education and administrative priorities. For example, Homedale, a Budget and Finance Committee, Community Relations Committee, a Labor Negotiations and Personnel Committee, Coltsneck, Finance and Negotiations, and Advocacy and Government Relations, Middletown, Personnel, Finance, Pupil Services, and Special Ed, even Negotiations and Technology. Manalapan, also Personnel, Negotiations, Finance, and even in Old Bridge, they have extracurricular, sports, diversity, equity, even in personnel, health and safety, and special services. These boards, from my expert opinion, got it right. Why hasn't this board looked to review its committees and benefits that these other additional committees can serve? Why hasn't this board assessed its current structure and operations for improvement? You have the time now between first read and second read, and you should take this as an opportunity. Wouldn't it be also a good time to consider how committees are staffed? For example, the policy committee may be better served if it was staffed with chairs of the other boards. Leveraging the group's knowledge and issues and experience would better inform policy matters and provide the needed feedback the board needs to do its work. I urge the board to use this time to create an organizational structure that invests in its district's future, rather than continue with the narrow, misinformed, and sometimes short-sighted changes that are shy of a future vision. I'd like to end on an observation. While this board focuses on committee name changes, deleting legal guardians, even removing references to culture or history within our own policies, and to name changes that broaden impact or create confusion, nearby higher performing towns are focusing on academic excellence, they're focusing on integrity, and they're focusing on AI policies. From my point of view, that's the right focus. Finally, the voters will not assess the board's achievement based upon the quantity of your policies that you review. They will look at the quality of those efforts. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cohen. Just a couple of things, and I appreciate you mentioning, you could stand there or not, it's up to you. A couple of things that you did mention about neighboring towns. I know we had talked about, or months ago, we talked about maybe some different committees expansion. Mr. Balone had brought this to our attention because some of the committees just these were outdated names. So we'll definitely take a look at that. Just a few things though. For the finance piece, we actually do conduct that more as like a committee of a whole, where each of the board members have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Caravello, and most or all take the advantage of that, but I appreciate you bringing that up. In regards to negotiations, we do have committees for that, smaller committees for different contracts, right? So there's one for the teaching staff, and then there's one for the bus drivers. So I do want to tell you, we do have that too. It's just not here as like a formal committee, but we do form subcommittees for those different negotiations. I did want to just make sure that that was clarified for everybody, but thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. And one last thing on the policies of going through them, I do want to say I'll have, after we finish public comments, because I wanted to let you all speak, I'll talk through a little bit more. There's a reason why we're trying to go through some of the policies, because they are outdated. And Dr. Miskowitz had brought up about CUSAC scoring, and outdated policies are part of CUSAC, but definitely taking that into account, and I'll speak more to that later, but I appreciate you getting up and speaking. Wait, come to the mic so everybody can hear you. I'm sorry, everybody at home can't hear you.
You have these other committees, and they are either working as formal committees of committee of the whole, or whether they're working as ad hoc committees. They're not formalized, they're not documented anywhere, so we lose sight as community residents, as people who care, we lose sight of those, and they should probably be documented so that we can see that this is the way the board's operating.
Right, so maybe listing in there some subcommittees and how it functions.
It's your chance to do that now in the policy if you're going to review it.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next person. Oh, go ahead, Aldo, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so thank you for your comments, Mr. Cohen. I know, actually, you know, I was going to mention the same thing that Valentina had said. We do have, you know, ad hoc committees. I know that I was on last year for negotiations with personnel, things like that. You did bring up a good point, though, you know, as far as the way that the committees are structured. It's something I've been giving a lot of thought, and I have something prepared that I was going to wait until new business. It's a motion that I've prepared, trying to explain exactly how I feel about the way the committee is operating and why I think that perhaps moving to a committee of the whole would be beneficial for the entire board and even for the stakeholders that are, you know, watching on YouTube or, you know, even here present. So if you, you know, I don't want to read the motion now, but I do have it prepared for new business if you want to hang around and, you know, see how that turns out. All right. Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, anything else, Aldo?
No, that's it.
Okay, next, Mrs. Fran Cohen.
This microphone in my face. Good evening. Fran Cohen, Marlboro. I'm here to comment on two of the policies that were included in the updates. Policy 5750, the Equitable Education Opportunity Policy.
Mrs. Cohen, I'm so sorry. Could you get to the mic? I don't think people at home can hear you.
And Policy 2411, School Counseling. Initially, I wanted to extend my thanks and appreciation to Mrs. Mendez. After reading the revisions to Policy 5750, I emailed Mrs. Mendez on Saturday. And the rest of the policy committee with my concerns. I expressed my concern first regarding the removal of the itemization of protected classes, where I pointed out that by removing the list of protected classes, I thought that the target audience was not going to be receiving the information that they needed, because teachers and educators and staff people are not going to be cross-referencing a statute, and I felt that that was a mistake. I also pointed out that I had significant concerns regarding the removal of the sentence referencing the Holocaust education and African American history education, explaining that while I understood that the curriculum was mandatory and would not be changed based upon the proposed changes to this policy, I felt that the removal of that reference from the Equitable Education Opportunity Policy was sending the wrong message at the wrong time to the community. Ms. Mendez responded quickly, and we then exchanged a series of messages back and forth. I felt heard by her responses, and by the end of the discussion, I was confident that she understood what I was saying and that she would be responsive to my feedback. I wanted to acknowledge that and thank you for that. Going forward, I do want to say that I believe that the right results or the right decision in terms of next steps is to look at Policy 5750 in combination with Policy 2260, the Affirmative Action Policy. In my view, instruction on the Holocaust and African American studies belong in Policy 5750. They are not affirmative action subjects. Equitable educational opportunities is a better fit in my view, and I think that that is something that should be considered before second reading. Moving on, I had some questions about the school counseling policy change. That's Policy 2411. I was wondering whether those were changes recommended by Strauss-Esme, whether or not there was any explanation as to why the changes were expressed. My concern is that the policy goes from a guidance counseling policy, which deals with, in my view, academics, to a mental health provider type situation when we talk about counseling. And it incorporates language such as shall, which could run afoul of certain ethical obligations for school counselors, for instance, in terms of disclosure. So I had some concerns there. Either way, thank you all for your patience. I know it's already been a long evening. You are appreciated, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the comments.
And Mrs. Cohen, I just had a question, if you don't mind. First of all, thank you. I'm glad you felt heard, because that was my intention, and so thank you for that. I'll address 5750 first. I am going to make a motion, and I know other board members were going to do the same. Make the motion to remove it from first read, okay, so that it can be timed with 2260, so that you understand that the two go hand in hand. We're also going to talk through revisions of just adding that piece back in, because you all were heard, and I want to make sure that, you know, again, I don't make the unilateral decision, but in conversation, it seems that most board members, if not all, felt compelled to add that piece back in, just because it made sense, right, for the community to be there. So thank you for sharing that. And the last thing on the counseling, I just wanted to share with you, it was a hybrid approach. There were some pieces that Strauss Esme updated for the counseling piece. It changed from guidance to school counseling. That was just, I think, the recommendation that Mr. Balone, you had also. And there were some pieces that you're correct. It said shall, right? And the piece that said shall, I just want to make sure I'm addressing the section that you had.
I think it was paragraph 5. I had more on it, but
I know, the time ran out. I just want to make sure you're talking about shall provide for the cooperation and communication of school staff with parents regarding the development of their children, correct? Is that piece that you were asking for? We did feel that shall was important in that place, because it is important that we ensure that parents are included in that conversation, or at least communicated to with what level of counseling they were going to receive. But I understand your point that you're saying we only added the word shall there. It actually had provides for, we just added shall.
That's probably a place you want to include may rather than shall, for a couple of reasons. Number one, the disclosure and the breach of confidentiality if it's a mental health issue. Number two, I have to say that perhaps there's a concern there with the stay that's in effect for 5756. I think that might run afoul of that stay. But
understood. Thank you for the feedback. I noted that down. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Arun Jolly.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Arun Jolly from Marlboro. I've been here residing in Marlboro for almost 4 decades. And Fran and Brian have spoken very well and the concern of policy changes. I just have a simple question. How come there is a wholesale change of all these 20-some policies taking place? Can somebody explain that to me, please?
Yes. Is that your only question?
That's the only.
Okay. Of the 13
I don't need another 2.5 minutes.
Okay. Of the 13 policies that you see here, 11 of the 13 came from the vendor, the provider of the policies that we leverage here in the district. So there are a variety of changes that you'll see there. There's 2 that we added. One was board committees and one was parent organizations. Those are the ones that the policy committee actually brought to the table. The other one were a variety of changes that came from Strauss Esme regarding adding in, which Mrs. Cohen mentioned, the New Jersey statute for protected categories, adding a different language to those policies, and so that was where the 13 came from. It feels like a lot, especially for the policy committee and especially for people that are making the revisions. I agree with you, so I'll speak to those changes, but in this case, there's 13 because 11 came from the vendor to make changes too.
But do you think it doesn't give people enough time?
Agreed.
To digest
I'm with
that?
you.
Know,
so we'll talk through with, right, we have, and just so you know, Mr. Jolly, we do have 2 readings, so this is the first, and I appreciate the feedback. That's why I was taking it down. It's not that these are not set in stone, right, and that's why we listen to the community and to administration, and then there's second read. So there is a month in between. This is not the second read, but thank you.
Thank you.
One other point is that sometimes these changes to the policies really are reflecting changes to New Jersey code and New Jersey statute. Sometimes they don't change necessarily the substance of the policy, but the legal citations may change, the verbiage in a particular code section may change, and obviously we want to make sure that our policies conform to the current state of the law as well. Yeah.
Mr. Zittimer, I had a quick question. When Strauss Esme sends us a list of policies to update, do we have a time frame that we need to kind of get that done by?
The answer is sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes the changes have to be made during the course of the school year. Other times we have more discretion, again, based on what the statute or the code says. So sometimes the statute will say that the board needs to have a policy on X implemented for the 24-25 school year, which means we have to get moving on it so that we can have the 2 reads in time for the year. So sometimes yes, sometimes no, depending on the code or statute.
And just to clarify that, I had that same question when all of these came out. And to that point, when I asked the same question, there's like, you have some leeway, but not a ton, right? Because the school year is coming to an end on these New Jersey statute codes. But one of them that came into play was the threat assessment teams, and then the sick leave law for the staff. Those came out in August, and we did not have time. It was told we had to implement it, so those 2 policies had to go through first and second read at the same time, because that was actually the mandate from New Jersey. So, but good question.
I have a question also to Mr. Zittimer. It seems like the policies that we're getting from Strauss Esme are focusing on giving you the citation and taking out the verbiage that makes it readable to me, and I would think a lot of the public. I'm not going, I don't have time to go look up all these laws. And even this weekend, we get the policies. We've been getting the policies the same time it comes out to you. We might get it at 3:59, and you get it at 4 o'clock. So we don't have any more time than you do to review these things. But and when I have to look them up, it just seems like it's a waste of my time when it could just, it was there originally. Why are they doing that? I know it's attorneys doing it.
Probably. You're probably referring to, for instance, the section on protected categories. Before it used to list about 10 of them, and now they just said protected categories per code, which means, to your point, you got to go back to the code. I just think there are so many, for that example, there are so many protected categories now, and they change so frequently. I think Strauss Esme just felt it was easier just to say the protected categories per code, so as not to list them. Keep in mind, the policies aren't supposed to be a mirror image of the statute or the code. They're supposed to be kind of an executive summary of what those statutes and code provisions require. Otherwise, we could just take our code and make it the policy, which is really not the intent. So I guess they're trying to make it a little more streamlined and perhaps a little more efficient. You might find that it's not efficient because if you're truly interested, it then requires you to Google the statute or the code to find out exactly what you're approving. I understand the concern.
Yeah, and a member of the community, and we had talked about adding both, right? So by adding the statute itself, it protects, right, in case they add or delete. But also, in layman's terms, it would be helpful if you added both so that you could see race, creed, color, ethnicity, and then you can have both of them in there. And so that we could propose as well.
Yeah. This is more of a statement to what Mr. Zittimer was saying, that it changes so frequently, but I feel like a lot of the classes will stay the same, right? Like the race. So I feel like those things are not really changing. They may be adding more to it. So if we keep some of the basics that are already there, I think it just benefits everyone. So.
So I was going to talk about it in policy as well, and I'm green, okay? But above all that, I think as a board, we need to come up with, no matter how many updates and alerts we get from Strauss Esme, we agree this is how many policies we're going to do per first and second read. And if there's more than 10, and we say we're only going to do 4, so be it.
Yeah.
If we don't finish it, we're just going to agree as a board. And I want to have that discussion later. It's not the time now. We have our policy discussion. That's when we should have it. And agree if we're going to say 4 for first read and 4 for second read, whatever we come together with, no matter how many alerts, we just cut it there.
That's a good point, because it gives the community a chance to review it too. Like, I was just agreeing with Mr. Lalansky that it gives the community a chance to really look at stuff, right? Things come out to you guys on a Friday evening. Everybody has families. I'm sure they want to spend time with their families. They don't want to sit there and look at all the policies that are being put out. So I agree that we should definitely, as a board, decide how many are reasonable for us to review and also for the community to review. So.
Absolutely agree with you. Any other discussion?
I have no one else on my list. Would anybody else like to speak?
Anybody else want to speak? Mrs. Bono, nice to see you again.
Good evening. Mrs. Bono, Robertsville teacher tonight. I mean, obviously, I want you to go to CAP, but that's not why I'm speaking. Having said that, I am here tonight to speak about a teacher who you will be acknowledging later on this evening for her dedication to the Marlboro Township School District, who you will be voting on her retirement after 4 decades of devoted service to the Marlboro Township Schools, Miss Trish Cody. 41 years. She started at middle school, and in, I think it was the late 80s, and then Robertsville, moved back to Roberts, to middle, to Roberts. I mean, the district was significantly smaller back then. We only had 1 middle school, and she made all those changes. She could teach any grade level, any subject, from in-class support to co-teaching to resource center and more. Miss Cody has done it all. I was fortunate enough to be her co-teacher for many years. Many years ago, we used to have trailers because we didn't have enough space in our schools. And there was Miss Cody, 9 months pregnant, who a student went AWOL. We didn't have cell phones. They weren't invented. We didn't have a PA system. We had no contact, and there she was, 9 months pregnant, running down the ramp of the trailer to keep our students safe. Boy, how things have changed. Back then, the highlight of the school day, board members, was we used to record on a VCR in the school, Assignment the World, and we would show it to the students because it taped after school hours. Now, we don't have TVs in the classroom. We don't have VCRs. We don't have Assignment the World. We have streaming. We have technology. We have knowledge. And Miss Cody has tackled every challenge, rose above, and has dedicated 41 years to our children, your children, the students of Marlboro. From being a power coach to a bad singer at Robertsville, a lip sync dancer. She even this year knitted hats for all the 5th graders for our school performance and costumes, to organizing meal trains, a union rep, and so much more. Miss Cody, you will be missed more than you know, and thank you so much.
Can I just add in there, I firsthand witnessed Miss Cody this weekend at lip sync performing for the kids, and she's just wonderful. So good luck on your retirement.
And I just want to say thank you. I'm a former Robertsville parent, and the kids just adored you so much, and so I know they still do to this day. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
I just have a question for Gage. How old is said baby? That baby is 25 years old. Thank you so much for all you've done. Oh, how nice. Congratulations.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Bono. All right, communications, HIB.
HIB report from the period March 1st, 2024 through March 14th, 2024. There were 4 incidents reported.
Upcoming meeting dates, Tuesday, April 16th is a workshop, and Tuesday, April 30th is a regular meeting. Approval of minutes resolution, Aditi.
Approval of minutes resolution. Approval of minutes. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meetings be approved as submitted. Did I go through it? December 19, 2023, regular meeting, executive session. January 2nd, 2024, reorganization meeting. Jan 16th, regular meeting and executive session. I so move.
Oh, if you weren't present, you should just abstain from the minutes of the meeting that you were not in attendance for, just for the record.
Okay. Okay.
Can I have a second?
Can I have a second? Sorry, I was thrown off by thinking. Roll call. I'm sorry, discussion on the approval of minutes. Okay, roll call.
Mrs. McCormack?
I abstain from the ones that do not apply to me, which are all of them.
Thank you. Dr. Miskowitz?
I abstain from December 19, but I'm voting yes on January 2nd and 16th.
Thank you. Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes to all, abstain from January 2nd.
Thank you. Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Abstain from the 19th of December, and yes for the other two.
Thank you. And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Secretary of Business Administrator's report.
Yep, so this is just the submission for the month of February 2024 and the payroll certification submission for the month of February 2024.
Thank you. Okay, committee reports. So communications. Annette.
The Communications Committee met on Monday, just noting Chad's absence. He's was unavailable for the meeting, so Michael and I met with Morgan, and we just went over some details for the coffee chat that's taking place 1 week from tonight on March 26th in the board office from 6 to 8 p.m. The topic is substance abuse, and we're honored to have 3 Marlboro PD officers in the building that evening. So if you or someone you know would benefit from attending some informative meeting about substance abuse, and we'll be going over the policy that night, I really encourage you to come out and meet other members of the community, grow your own little mini communities. It's usually a really great night. We just have to iron out the details of which board members will be in attendance, because we can't have more than 4. We also had a discussion, Chad had brought up via email, that we should record the coffee chats so that more people can attend virtually. But at its inception, we really wanted to reiterate that this was an opportunity for a more intimate environment where people can come and freely speak about their concerns, not have to worry about any type of risk to their anonymity. And I really want to just make sure that we stay with that vision. But the recording of the police officer's presentation, the presentation itself, will be shared with the community, as well as with our elaborate library of mental health resources that we already have recorded by our wonderful counselors and staff in the district. So shortly following the conclusion of the coffee chat, the presentation from the officers and all of the YouTube resources we have will be shared with the community. So I thought it was a really nice way to come to a compromise on that, because also the only place that we have AV is this building. So instead of driving across town for almost everything, we are going to keep it in the board office. That way everyone can see the artwork on display. You can see the home of our admin and our special services department, but also we can just keep it that smaller, intimate feel that coffee chat was meant to provide. So I appreciate Chad's suggestion. It's just that, you know, we had to agree to disagree on this one, but that's really all that we had to discuss.
Thanks so much. Any questions for Annette or anything?
For the coffee chat, Mark, I guess this is a question for you. If, as a parent, I would want to come to hear the content that's being discussed by the police department as it pertains to what's going to be going on in the schools, is there any way to have an exception on the quorum if you're not there in a board member capacity?
One way to do it is to advertise it as a board meeting. That way, if a majority is present, it's a meeting, it's been advertised and so forth. So that's one option. The other option is we just have to be careful that we don't have 5 board members at that event dialoguing about board business, because then it would be technically a potential violation of the Open Public Meetings Act. So I can give further legal advice in closed session about that as well, but that's the general gist.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I just want to remind you, we are specifically talking board business at this meeting. The policy, the substance abuse policy, will be presented by Valentina. It will be discussed, but the presentation is not board business. So maybe that's something that we can consider. But definitely the second portion of Coffee Chat is 100% going to be board business, so.
So maybe the presentation, you mean, Danielle, we can all attend, and then when it gets to the policy, you're saying maybe we just rotate around?
Yeah, but regardless, the presentation will be shared to everyone.
Yeah, but it would be nice to be able to, you know, communicate with the officers that are there presenting the material.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else on that one? Okay. Dr. Miskowitz, curriculum?
We had a curriculum council meeting on Monday, and it was, I enjoyed it very, very much, and thank you, Mrs. Gross, for providing Michael Bowman, the supervisor of language arts and G&T. We discussed the following topics. We talked about the progress that's being made for CUSAC as far as it pertains to ELA. We discussed the needs assessment. How do we, when you're going to write a curriculum, how do we plan on writing this curriculum? What's going to be taking effect? What are we looking for that is missing from the curriculum? And Mr. Bowman and Mrs. Gross were very, very helpful in explaining that to the committee. We also discussed students' learning styles, and once again, Mr. Bowman is truly an expert in his area, so we learned a lot about that. We talked about the novels that are being read at each grade level and how they are picked. And just so that everybody knows, if you feel your child should not read a certain book, it's on the website. So you can, if you see a book that you feel would not be appropriate for your child, you do have the option of opting out, and that's across the state. Everybody, all the districts allow that. There are, sometimes, for instance, sometimes they'll have something about suicide. Sometimes they're going to have something about witchcraft. These things, although it might be a little, just a little piece of the book, a parent might not feel it's appropriate for their own child at that particular time. So please feel free to reach out to the teacher, and they will find another type of way to get for your child to do the assignment. We also discussed the progress of the after-school programs. They're still in session, and we will be getting some data on the effectiveness of the program and how the children did. So thank you, Mrs. Gross, for doing such a great job of putting all my questions, answering everything so well.
I just want to reiterate, I was in the meeting, I agree as well. It was very informative, it was very professional. It was definitely a learning experience for me. I was actually one of the parents who had a concern about a book, so it was definitely putting my mind at ease to understand the vetting process of the books. We were also given the lists of books that have been approved for each grade, so it was very transparent and very informative. So I just wanted to thank you also. It was great work, and Mr. Bowman is an expert, isn't
Yes,
he? Yeah.
he certainly is.
Thank you so much.
Well chosen to have him on your team.
And I'll piggyback on that as well. I was in the meeting as well, and I am very appreciative of everything that was shared. I learned a lot from that meeting, so thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you all so much. Policy Committee. So I'm going to make a motion because I'm talking about a specific policy. So first thing is we met on March 14th and March 1st. And so on the 14th, we had a variety of policies, as you all saw. We've talked a lot about them, but I wanted to make the first general statement about the board in general is that in no point in time would we ever want to remove anything regarding the African American history or the Holocaust from the curriculum. It was in another policy that was referenced within policy 5750, but thank you again for any feedback that you all provided and felt like, hey, we think it should still be there anyway. So I know I spoke to Mrs. Cohen in detail about that. But again, thank you for reaching out. I will make a motion though, because I'm talking about a specific policy that's here in the committee, that we postpone till a future meeting, policy 5750, until we can kind of talk through it more and obviously roll it out at the same time as 2260, since they kind of go hand in hand. And so I'd like to make that motion. And can I have a second?
I do.
Danielle, Ashley, right? Thank you. And then we just have to, any discussion on policy 5750? I know we've talked through it, but please share any thoughts you have. And if no discussion, we'll move to roll call. Go ahead.
I just want to say again, thank you to Francine Cohen for bringing this to our attention again. And I know I want to thank Valentina as well for being open to that suggestion from the community and taking it in. And I want to just emphasize again that 5750 is more about the education piece of it, giving our students the opportunity to have the same access to everything. And 2260 is more affirmative action. So I don't think one replaces the other. I think they complement each other. So I think it's super critical for us to kind of leave the language on as is. And I'm really appreciative of the board actioning this so quickly and making the right decision. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Michael, I agree with everything that Dee Dee said, obviously, as I'm on board for postponing. Michael, can you just please give us a little insight as to what goes into removing something from curriculum and whether or not the board even has like the specific power to do so, just so that we can squash some accusations?
Yeah, so we have a few policies related to that. One is resource materials. So, I mean, I don't have it off the top of my head right now, but there is a process for that. Generally speaking, as Dr. Miskowitz mentioned, if there is a concern, right, if a parent, anyone out there listening in the audience or even virtually or even on the recording in the future, if there is a concern with anything that your child is reading, that should be immediately brought to, obviously, we like to start with the teacher, right, because the teacher always would appreciate that, to have that conversation. Then at some point, if the school administration needs to be involved, then they could be involved, and then that will work its way up to the board office. And then at that point, Mrs. Gross and her team will convene, depending on which subject it is, right? We have a content area supervisor in every one of our subjects, so if there are any concerns, depending on the subject, she'll engage that supervisor, which she did in Mr. Bowman with ELA. We'll have discussions. We can even bring it to the curriculum committee. But ultimately, we want to be sure, just in a broad sense, we want to be sure that we have content that is appropriate, age appropriate for our students. But notwithstanding all of that, there could be some parents who say, I understand it, you may think that's age appropriate, but not for my child because of this specific instance. So we're happy to listen to any parents, and alternatively, as Dr. Miskowitz said as well, we could find another piece of literature for that child and hit the same skills and standards that we were trying to address in the classroom.
Yeah, it was a real pleasure to see that process right in front of me, so I really do appreciate the time it takes and the effort that goes into it. I more specifically meant, though, how the board doesn't have the power to remove Holocaust education or any type of...
Oh, I wasn't even thinking along those lines.
I know, it's just because it brought on a whole new level of offense that the board as a whole, were being accused of even trying to do something so outrageous. So I just wanted to make sure that we could reiterate to the public that the board specifically doesn't have the power to just snap their fingers and remove something from curriculum, or from, especially something as important as Holocaust history. It's really hard to read things about you online that are wildly untrue, and how there's really not much of an effort to put that fire out once it's started. I have really wonderful relationships with families in this town that I specifically chose to come here and live with and raise my children alongside. So to read words like anti-Semite is something that didn't sit easy with me at all. Not even sure how anyone would feel reading something so false about themselves on social media when it holds no truth, no water, no proof, or no bearings. So please, can you just explain to the board that we don't have specific powers to just pull something out of curriculum?
No, you don't. And
That's an administrative function, and our policies are very clear that the development and implementation of curriculum is the superintendent and his administrative team's function. It's respectfully correct, not a board function.
Thank you. Michael?
Hi. Thank you. So, Didi, I agree with you. So, I'm glad that Val's made the motion to pull it, and my recommendation as well would be to put the wording back in both, even though 2260 is referenced, as well as, we're going to talk about policy later, but since we're talking about policy now, where the statutes are for protected categories, I think, even though there's a whole long list of them, we can copy and paste them and put them where they belong, so that everybody knows what they're reading. That makes sense.
Thank you, Michael. I do want to say that other board members also requested to remove 5750. So I made the motion because I thought of it just based on some conversations. But other board members reached out prior and asked to remove it from first read too. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was understood, that I was not the only person who. I know everybody, when we talked about it, agreed, but other board members had reached out to me and asked to remove it. So I just want to make sure that that's clear as well. Go ahead, Aldo.
Thank you. Yeah, and thanks for making that change. I know when I saw the concern, I had emailed you as well.
You did,
and,
yes.
That actually, being that we're on this topic, I mean, that really goes, what we saw happen this weekend with the agenda going out on Friday and, the community going through the agenda, which is actually, it's actually a good thing because it shows that people are paying attention and they're going through the agenda and what's happening at the board meetings. But I can understand where people in the community are coming from and where their concerns would be, when they see something on paper and they don't know, they don't know the context behind it. They don't understand why the change is being made. They don't understand what the conversation was that led to that change. Was it sparked by Strauss Esme? Is it something that the board decided to do? Is it something that was brought from a parent's, a concern by a parent? And from Friday to Tuesday, that's 4 days where you can go down rabbit holes getting yourself worked up and being concerned, rightfully so, because, these are your kids in the school. With that being said, I was going to wait until new business, but
I'm sorry, Aldo, don't make the motion yet if you're going to, because we're in the middle of another motion. Were you going to the motion part? We're voting for the other piece, then we'll come back. Okay. So any other discussion, though? Go ahead, Aditi.
I just have one last point. Yes, it's definitely difficult to hear, if someone is calling you something that may not be true, but just looking at it from the perspective of the community, again, just kind of seeing certain things crossed out, not having much background, it does lead to assumptions, and you can't think of it any differently than, I guess, what it was. So I guess as a board, we just have to be more responsible and sensitive to not just, a special religion or a caste or whatever, but we just have to be sensitive in general. And if we know that there are things that are going to be, there are some other policies that kind of depend on one another, maybe make a conscious effort to kind of look at it as a package and present it in that way to the community, because I think then they can understand what's going on. So, but yeah, I mean, that's it.
Yeah, for sure. And it doesn't quite often happen that two policies that are intertwined, may or may not have changes. I do try to reference sometimes, right, when it's tied to another one, but, point well taken. So we do try to be sensitive to all, right, and give us your feedback like we have happened, right? Absolutely, it was not intentional, you're right, but just always, that's why there's first and second read, right? So first read is definitely for feedback, and we appreciate it. Did you have something, Danielle? Go ahead.
Yeah, just because I was in the policy committee meeting, I did offer up my opinion that all policies regarding equity should be presented at one time, and that is what I thought the intention was. After the agenda went out, there was a pretty quick email that came through, asking to have 5750 taken off of the agenda, and that I thought definitely would alleviate the concern of not having everything presented, because they are very dependent, and where there's a gap in one, there could be, a fill-in in another policy. So I just wanted to offer up that little bit of insight that was the intention that I had thought we were leaving the policy committee with, and I'm glad that it's being, motioned to be removed.
Any other comments? Roll call.
Okay, roll call vote.
And this is just on postponing that policy.
Yes, that specific policy. Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Palomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Just one point before safety and security. Aldo, I know you wanted to make a motion. Your motion, because it's not about the specific policy, it's the committee as a whole, could go under old business, right? Is that what you said? Because it's referring to the policy committee.
That's right.
Is that good? Or I think he wants to do it now. Do you want to do it now, Aldo?
You are correct. It should
Oh.
be brought up under old business.
Okay.
That's right.
Old business. Michael, safety and security.
All right. Safety and Security Committee met with Mr. Malone and Mr. Tomeni, our network supervisor, and we received the latest updates on our cybersecurity procedures currently in place. Following their presentation, committee members entered into a question and answer discussion with administration. As cybersecurity is a day-to-day endeavor, it is run by administration and staff, and the board is here to provide support, providing funding and approvals for administration's recommendations. To further show support, the committee is recommending a board policy be written to show our support and recognize the importance of cybersecurity. So I'll be forwarded to the policy committee. Somebody's happy. Building security was reviewed once again, and we report out to the full board in the executive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Financial and business operations matters. Danielle?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. Adoption of tentative 2024-2025 school year budget. Adjustment for healthcare costs. Use of bank cap. Capital reserve withdrawal, other capital projects. Withdrawal from maintenance reserve. Travel and related expense reimbursement. Transfers. List of bills. Secretary monthly reconciliation reports. Travel, harassment, intimidation, bullying, HIB report, approval of shared services agreement, acceptance of stabilization aid for the 2023-2024 school year, application to participate in SEMI for the 2024-2025 school year, submission of child assault prevention CAP application for the 2024-2025 school year, amended resolution, out-of-district placements for the 2023-2024 school year, award of bid, garbage and recycling collection, approval of tax-sheltered annuity plan, Lincoln Investment Planning, LLC, ESCNJ contract purchase, AME Inc. Building Management Systems for maintenance and related services for the 2023-2024 school year, sidebar agreement between MTBOE and MTEA, donation from scope, resolution rejecting bids for landscaping services, disposal of annex building, state contract purchases. I so move.
Did she say something?
I don't have that one.
She said the addendum.
Oh, and there's an addendum. Do you have that from?
Nope.
That was the page.
Yeah,
Yep. Hold on. Settlement agreement. I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Ashley? Discussion? Roll call?
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Mrs. Bellomo,
Yes.
Mr. Paterno,
I'm going to abstain.
and Mrs. Mendez.
Yes. Curriculum matters. Ashley?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. 1, interscholastic athletic competition, spring sport 2023-2024 school year. I so move.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Aditi? And any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Lalansky,
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Paterno,
Yes.
Mrs. Seward,
Yes.
Mrs. Bellomo,
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack,
Yes.
and Mrs. Mendez.
Yes. Personnel matters. Annette?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, retirements. 2, application for disability retirement. 3, disability retirement. 4, resignations. 5, amended resignation date. 6, employment instructional assistant. 7, employment bus attendant. 8, amended hours and salaries non-certificated staff. 9, suspension with pay. 10, suspension without pay. 11, stipends, mentor teachers, 12, amended student observation. 13, student observations. 14, substitute teachers. 15, paid medical disability leave. 17, I think I said
Wait,
15 twice.
15,
I know,
yeah.
I'm sorry. 15, substitute school monitors. 16, paid medical disability leave. 17, amended resolution leave dates. My apologies. I so move.
Is there a second? Ashley? Any discussion? Roll call?
Dr. Miskowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Paterno,
Yes.
Mrs. Bellomo,
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky,
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack,
Yes.
Mrs. Seward,
Yes.
and Mrs. Mendez.
Yes. Mr. Balone, you have retirement comments?
I do. Mrs. Bono, I'm not sure if I can do this justice, but the first one is for Trish Cody, retirement comments. What can one say about someone who has dedicated 40 years to public education? Trish Cody has had a remarkable career as a special education teacher. Although she has spent the majority of her time at Robertsville, she also taught at Asher, Marlboro Middle, before coming to Robertsville 33 years ago. Trish has worked with students in all facets of special education, and when asked what she will miss the most in her retirement, she didn't have to think long: her connection to children. That sums up who Trish is as an educator. She is the consummate advocate for her students, always ensuring their support and success. She's a pillar of the Robertsville community. She is supportive of her colleagues and always willing to mentor those just starting their teaching careers. Her knowledge, experience, and outstretched hand in friendship define Trish and her relationship in the building and in the district. When asked about her retirement plans, she simply stated, "Where life takes me." Trish does plan to travel, with her first destination being Paris, France. I can say with certainty that Trish Cody will be missed. We wish her a retirement filled with good health and happiness. Retirement comments for Krista Persico. For more than 18 years, Krista Persico has graced the halls of MMS here. After seeing her young children off to school, Mrs. Persico decided to join the ranks of the millions of U.S. teachers who work hard each day to instill in our future generations the knowledge and thinking skills that will carry them through their lives. Mrs. Persico spent many years as a multi-grade level honor social studies teacher, where her passion for exciting and nourishing students' curiosities about history and culture brought the past to life of her students. Her superior content knowledge and enthusiasm for the quest to understand all things, helped her to challenge her students in a way that will carry them through to high school, college, and beyond. The level of thinking inspired by Mrs. Persico will have untold effects for decades to come as her students mature into the next generation of leaders and thinkers in our state, nation, and the world. When in a fix for more ELA teachers, Mrs. Persico was called upon to leave her beloved social studies position and fill the gap. This move brought many challenges, but also helped a whole new group of students benefit from Mrs. Persico's guidance to become critical consumers of text and thoughtful producers of prose. In addition to her skillful work with students, her support of the teachers during the pandemic, with her ever-changing knowledge of all things EdTech, helped countless teachers pull off virtual learning and increase the effectiveness of the use of the district's many online tools. Finally, moving to digital design, Mrs. Persico has created an engaging environment for students to enhance their digital literacy. Remarkably, someone who didn't have computers or the internet when she was in school has offered up an interesting variety of technological experiences for her students over the past few years. In addition to her teaching duties, Mrs. Persico has served students in other ways. As the National History Day competition advisor, she led students to compete at the highest level in the state and eventually nationals in Washington, D.C. Today, she is advisor for the Computer Club, an after-school opportunity for students to deconstruct small machines and computers of all kinds to learn the ins and outs of what runs our modern world. She works tirelessly to help students and adults alike get the answers to their questions and encourages others to pursue a lifelong quest of knowledge. Her willingness to lend support or encourage others is a testament to her service of Marlboro Memorial Middle School, the district, and the wider school community. All of her colleagues wish her much happiness and good health in her retirement. Retirement comments for Celeste Reardon, also from Memorial. In 2002, Celeste Reardon came to the Marlboro School District when an 8th grade teacher went on maternity leave. She brought a spark of enthusiasm and a deep love for the subject matter that was noticeable to all. Upon that 8th grade teacher's return, the school administration couldn't bear to let this exceptional teacher go, and they didn't. Celeste continued to support the Marlboro School District as a substitute for the remainder of that year. The following fall, in 2003, Celeste was offered a full-time position and has been an integral part of the Marlboro Memorial Middle School ever since, specifically as a 7th grade social studies teacher. Her dedication to her students shines through, especially incorporating her love for project-based learning into the classroom, ensuring that every student remembers the valuable lessons learned. With 21 years of teaching experience in Marlboro, Celeste has become a revered mentor in the social studies department, offering guidance and wisdom to her colleagues. She has also served as an MTEA representative for many years, bringing the teachers together and ensuring that every member has a voice. Beyond her role as an educator, she has many interests. She is known for her love of dogs. Not only does she foster them, but she often finds herself unable to part with her furry house guests, ultimately adopting them into her home. She is also a true music aficionado. Her tastes range from heavy metal to the refined symphonies, showcasing the breadth of her interests. Family is at the core of Celeste's heart, and she eagerly anticipates spending time with her grandchildren in retirement. Alongside her husband, her retired husband, John, she looks forward to exploring new destinations and nurturing her love of gardening. Above all, Celeste is a loyal colleague and friend, always ready to support and encourage those around her. And she embarks on this new chapter of retirement. Her legacy of passion, dedication, and warmth will forever remain a cherished part of the Marlboro school community. Retirement comments for Karen Warnke. Karen Warnke has announced her intention to retire after 4 years of service to the students of Dugan Elementary School. Hired in November of 2020, she shared that one of the most memorable moments was when she walked into the doors of our school on her first day and immediately felt at home. As a special education instructional assistant, Karen worked closely with students and relished in seeing the smiles on their faces when they realized that they could accomplish their goals. Oftentimes, this meant that Karen was helping students solve problems in the moment. She will miss seeing how happy the staff and students entered to begin their day. Karen is also looking forward to continuing to watch episodes of DNN on her phone, although she admits it will not be the same as watching it together with the kids in the classroom. In her retirement, she's looking forward to spending time with her family and friends, including traveling to new places. With the gift of time, Karen also looks forward to resuming her daily walk and run to ensure she keeps busy. We wish Karen many years of health and happiness in retirement and thank her for the lasting impact on our school community. Two more. Retirement comments for Jean Wildman. Jean Wildman has been part of the MTPS community for 25 years. She has spent most of her time at the Early Learning Center and loved working with the youngest of the district's children. Mrs. Wildman has also spent several years at Defino and Robertsville. She is most proud of being part of the growth she was able to witness in the children. She found it so rewarding to watch them develop. During her retirement years, Mrs. Wildman plans to do some babysitting with her 2-year-old grandson and baby on the way. She also plans to travel with her husband and visit with friends and family around the country. She will remember the friendships she has made along the way the most. Congratulations, Mrs. Wildman. And last but not least, Laura Sturgis. Mrs. Sturgis has been an integral part of the Robertsville faculty since 2007. After coming from a corporate background, she found her passion in teaching. During her tenure, she taught grades 2 through 5 and touched the lives of countless students. Laura advocated for her students and families, going above and beyond to ensure success. Each day, she showed compassion and never missed an opportunity to make her students feel special and important. Every August, Laura could be found working in her classroom, meticulously preparing for the upcoming school year. Her room always sparkled purple, her favorite color. She took pride in her classroom and strived to create a warm and inviting learning environment. Laura also touched the lives of her colleagues. Her warm demeanor and kindness resonate throughout the building. She fostered many long-lasting relationships, seeking guidance and always willing to learn from others. Laura was an active member of the Robertsville community, volunteering her time to the PTO book club and performing at the lip sync. We wish Laura a bright and healthy retirement.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you again to the staff. Appreciate your time and dedication to the community. Michael, Policy Development and Community Relations.
Sure. And again, we're removing 5750. Policy Development and Community Relations Matters. The Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolutions for approval. Number 1, Buildings and Grounds 2024-2025 school year calendar. Number 2, second readings of policies 5530, 5533, 5550, 5830, 7230, 7510, 9500.1. First readings. Number 3, policies 0155, 1140, 1523, 2411, 2423, 3211, 5570, 5841, 5842, 7610, 9210, 9323. I so move.
Second. Ashley? Any discussion?
I think we'll have the discussion about how many policies to bring during
In the
old business.
in the
right?
old business, when Aldo wants to discuss that, absolutely.
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since I'm going to vote no on a few of these, how do I just say?
You could say yes, except for.
Okay. Mhm. Okay. Thank you.
You could just say yes and just call out the ones that you're voting no for or abstaining on.
Okay,
And can
thank
we
you.
give an example of why at that point?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
You, right?
I'm sorry?
They want to give an example of why they're voting no.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we do it like
It's
No, you can do
technically
it.
supposed to be done during the discussion component of the motion, so motion, second discussion. I will be abstaining on this for the following reason.
Oh, okay, sure. Then
That's really the proper time to do
Yeah,
it.
you can do that now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're in, I'm this keeps shutting off on me, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're in the discussion phase right now. So you can talk through them, and then when we vote, you can just say yes or no to whichever piece.
Okay. So I have just a few things for policy 1140. I would like to see the protected categories kind of be added back on there.
You want to see, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure.
The protected
You want to make
categories,
sure, though, that it
goes
spells
back
it
in.
out
Yes.
as well.
Right,
Got
and
it,
not
okay.
just the policy. And then for school counseling, let me just see real quickly. I think, sorry, I forgot my glasses today, and I'm like, for policy 2411, I would like to remove the shall from bullet 5, and the same thing with bullet 8. And I think, I mean, we could talk about that a little bit more, because I think some of the changes for bullet 8 was not suggested by Strauss Esme. I think some of it, we kind of, the board or the policy committee put it together, so I'd like to kind of
Yeah, on that
talk about
one,
that. Yeah.
there was, and you'll see it there was a line that just said establishes a referral system that utilizes all the aid the school's community offer, guards the privacy of the student, but it kind of was a little bit of too much of a blanket statement, so the committee felt that there should be a little more clarity on what that meant. Mr. Balone was able to provide some clarity as to, we asked in the meeting, what does the referral system mean? If you recall that conversation, it meant like, we were like, is it referral for academic counseling? Is it referrals for mental health? It felt a little too broad. And so because it felt pretty broad, we added in there that we wanted to make sure that the information, whatever was being shared, was also being added, communicated with parents, and I will add in, obviously, legal guardians, because that was the piece that I said I would do.
My only concern
Go
also,
ahead.
my only concern is that, if these referrals were requested by parents, that's fine, but it's, especially if we're looking at kids that are grades 6 through 8, if they want to go and they want to get a referral for something and they may not want to, may not want that to be known. So we want to protect their, like, that piece as well. So-
Understood. So you're saying you want to make sure that the child feels like they can go to this and have this referral, this services, without it being known to the family, if they feel that that's
right.
their choice.
And just going back to also what Mrs. Cohen was mentioning on the, when she came up here, I think the concern is we don't want this to look like it's sort of going around the policy 5756. And so that's a concern, because we do have a state order on that we can't.
Yeah, and
So-
just, I understand what you're saying. So
Yeah.
the difference is 5756 is only triggered for a change in gender identity. This is about a referral to, like, any sort of counseling, academic counseling, career counseling. But I understand your point.
Okay.
A little bit different, but I get it.
Yeah, and it's my opinion that this would not violate any stay per the other policy.
Okay.
So as to your changes, my recommendation is, why don't you we've got two policies that you brought up, why don't you make a motion to amend, first starting with 1140, make a motion to amend that policy to include all the protected categories. We'll vote on the amendment, and then we'll vote on the policy as amended, and then you can make the other suggestion to the other policy. But I think we should take them one at a time.
Okay.
So you want to start with making a motion to amend the first one to include the
Wait, can I
protected-
just ask this question
Yeah,
really
please.
quickly to understand the process? So when Aditi's going to make the motion to amend, we vote yes or no. But we could also, because it's first read, hypothetically, she could send her feedback. The policy committee discusses the feedback, correct?
Yeah, that's another way to do it.
I just want to understand, right, do we have to vote yes or no now? I'm okay if we do, but I think before we just say yes or no, I think we should all understand, have a deeper understanding of what is being requested. I don't want to say no to something just because at this moment in time, I may not fully understand the point. I really need time to clarity. I think the committee should discuss that. I think we should all have a bigger discussion. But that's just my own thought. I don't want to say yes or no to something without fully understanding what the request is.
Yeah, either approach works. If you do it by not amending it now, it's possible that it'll end up on the policy and the rest of the board wasn't interested in doing it in the first place. We kind of went through an exercise that may not be of interest to anybody. That's why I suggested making the motion to amend. But if people feel they need greater clarity and you want to do it just by having a discussion back to the committee and putting on for second read with that change, to me, it's not a material change such that it would be proper to put it on for a second reading.
Right, like I get the protected categories. I think we all talk through that one. That one makes sense. I think what needs deeper discussion, though, is 2411, which is the counseling, right? Aditi has a thought, and some may share that thought, and then some have a different opinion. And so we could say yes or no here. We could have, I don't know exactly the wording that you'd like to use. We could talk through it in this forum. You could send me potential edits to the committee. It's really, you know, I just don't want to, I don't want to say yes or no at this moment in time, but I could.
Your point is a good one with respect to that policy, because I think that takes needs probably a little bit of a deeper dive. We'd probably want to hear from Mr. Balone about some of the issues surrounding that type of notification. The protected categories, I think, is pretty straightforward.
Right.
I don't think that requires much.
Can I jump in just for a?
Of course.
Just
yeah, anybody
continue
could
the
jump in. It's discussion.
I want to hang on the topic of may and shall for a second, because it's pretty loose, the word may versus shall, because it could be may or may not. It depends on how it's interpreted. So I just want to understand your reasoning behind using the word may in place of shall, because if it's an instance where the staff may not contact the parent, is that something that you're comfortable with?
I don't think any schools here or any teachers here, if it's important enough, that they would not contact. I mean, they call about the smallest things.
Well, if the policy says may instead of shall, they don't have to.
Yes, but I also trust the teachers. I mean, we've been doing it, but when you say shall, I think it just puts it where they absolutely have to. And if they don't, they're in a violation. They don't know what. I just
No, I'm
think
just asking about your stance. I'm not asking, of course we trust the teachers here, but I'm just asking where you stand on the topic of may versus shall. So, like, just so I know how we could work together, is that you're comfortable with may not, if that's how the hypothetical plays out?
Yes.
Okay.
So how does that work then if we don't agree with that? I think it should stay as shall. I think the parents need to be notified. These are minors.
Right.
You can't go to a doctor. Can you? I don't even know. Can you go to a doctor as a minor without a parent?
Right, and so, and by the way, to that point, Aldo, right, it just literally just says a referral, right? And so I think Danielle and I were speaking with Mr. Balone of like, what's the referral system mean? Like, what is it? What's the referral to? It's a little too broad to say. If it was just academic, I'd be like, yeah, okay, I get it, right? But I think where we discussed it and it felt shall, in my own personal opinion, is as a mom, I'd like to know, right? Because then I can support my child at home. Different, I get it, than 5756, but maybe not. Maybe people are like, it's the same. 5756 is gender identity, just to remind everybody. But in this case, Mark, I think some people are with shall, some are with may.
Why don't you refer it back to the committee then for further review and perhaps recommendation?
Right, we could vote on your changes unless you're like, you know what, I want to think about it. Maybe you just want a motion on one for now and think through it, or if you want a motion on both, you absolutely, it's your right to do so.
Well, get a motion on 1140 first, right? So,
yes.
Yeah, let's motion on 1140
Sure,
first.
let's do that. We're in the middle. Yeah, that's fine, since we're in the middle of the discussion. So that the motion would just simply say, I make a motion to amend policy 1140 to spell out the protected categories. That's the motion.
I make a motion to amend policy 1140 to include the protected categories.
Yep, that needs a second.
I second. Or he second.
Okay, Michael Olonsky second. Discussion? Okay, roll call?
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
This is voting
Yes.
on the amendment.
This
Yep.
is about the amendment.
Just the amendment,
Yes, okay.
right.
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
This is just listing out the protected categories?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Palomo?
Yes.
Mr. Olonsky?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Okay. Now your second motion, maybe, if you want to, was on 24/11.
You said that we could have a discussion, because it's just the first read. I could send my thoughts to you.
You could send your feedback. Yes, you can send feedback. Just like the community, anybody can send feedback between first and second read. It's up to you. Okay.
So now we'll vote on the policies as amended.
Yes, so I have a first for Mr. Lalansky on the policies and second for Mrs. McCormack. So roll call vote. Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Palomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Just to clarify, can I opt out the ones that I'm not voting for?
Yeah, you could just
Okay.
say I vote to all the following yes and no or abstain on
Okay.
others.
I vote no to 2411, 3211, 0155, and yes to all the others.
Did you vote no to the Code of Ethics? Did you say 3211?
Yes, because I wanted to have the legal guardians be added back in there.
Oh, okay.
That's the one. Mhm.
Got it.
Got it.
I just want to make sure you were voting on the right one.
Yeah,
that's
no,
all.
no.
Okay.
I mean, otherwise it's
Yeah.
fine. It's just
Okay.
to add back in legal guardians, and then
Okay.
that's it.
A recommendation to Val.
Yeah, you could send it to the whole committee.
Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Okay, liaison reports. So Freehold Regional, I think you're reading for Chad, right, Annette?
Yes, I have a message here from Mr. Messenger, and I'm going to read it as it came in last week. Good morning. Last night, we had our March meeting at Freehold Township High School. This past week, all of our juniors took the NJ GPA, which is the state graduation assessment. They're having a college fair at Manalapan High School this Thursday, March 21st at 6 p.m. Our business administrator, Sean Boyce, is retiring with an effective date of 12/31/24. He has been here since 2007. This is our last budget year with the S2 cuts in state funding. We have suffered a cumulative cut of $97 million in state aid over the past 7 years. This one's just as grim. We voted to adopt our 24-25 tentative budget for $213.3 million. Taxes will account for $156.3 million this year. The final adoption of the budget will be voted upon on April 25th, 2024. It's a great day to be alive. At the central office on Pine Street in Englishtown, they are still $20 million below adequacy. If you have any questions, please contact Mr. Messenger.
Thank you. MEF, Annette?
Yes, MEF is on my phone. Just excuse me 1 second.
Do you want us to come back to you?
No, I have it.
Okay.
I just received this message from Ms. Salachi, who is under the weather and unable to attend the meeting tonight, but she would like to relay the message that the MEF is excited to announce that the Marlboro Township Police Chief, Chief Pizzulo, will be our honorary referee for the annual Wizards basketball game on May 30th. Tickets will be going on sale April 15th. We are also working on more fundraisers, so we will keep everyone posted. Thank you always for your support.
Thank you. Marlboro Township, Michael?
So just before I read that, I just want to recognize Mr. Carvello, because we did just pass the budget, right? All your
Tentative.
hard work and your team's hard work as usual, and I'm especially appreciative of you coming back with this recommendation and going back one level, because we got the additional state aid, and, you know, we all appreciate that, because you took into consideration the people of the town, just that we have more money, we can spend more money. And so I wanted to say thank you for that.
I want to
Thank you so
piggyback.
I'm gonna second that.
Thank you so much, Ben, because I know we spent good time, you and Chris, so thank you. Is Chris here? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Township. Road construction season has started, and weekly updates are sent to those registered. Visit marlboro.nj.gov and enter your email in the blue box. The annual extravaganza will be held on March 23rd from 1 to 3 in Municipal Turf Field. The event is divided by age groups as well as dedicated time for those with special needs. You will have flyers coming on upcoming events. The Marlboro Youth Exchange will be holding a clothing drive on March 23rd from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the Recreation Parking Lot. Council meetings are live streamed. A link is in the agenda. If you have a parking permit, the deadline to review is March 31st. Information on all these events and programs is sent via email to those registered. Visit marlboro.nj.gov and enter your email in the blue box. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Monmouth County School Boards, Aldo?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. NJSBA, Danielle?
Nothing to report.
Okay. All right, PTO, PTA, Asher, Aldo?
So I have an email here from Ms. Silmy, who, thank you for getting this over to me. Asher had a great time celebrating Read Across America Week, March Madness style. And we had great fun at our Author's Day with Mike Dawson, and even had a fun visit from our very own Cat in the Hat during a school-wide Drop Everything and Read event. Last week, our PTA held the spring book fair to keep the reading excitement alive. The district sponsored an awesome assembly by Lead You at the start of March, which focused on conflict management through empowering your own voice and positive actions. The PTA also hosted a very successful 5th grade social earlier this month, and we look forward to spring pictures tomorrow, 90s Day on Thursday, and parent bingo on Friday night. Let's not forget about the science fair on March 27th, a PTA meeting on the 28th, and spring break beginning on March 29th. In April, look forward to the start of Marking Period 4, visits from the middle school RAD clubs, Disabilities Acceptance Month activities, and Ninja Warrior in the gym. Everyone have a happy spring. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Abbott, Ashley, you're going to report for Chad?
Sure. Students had a blast during our Read Across America celebration. We had a school-wide deer time, various guest readers, and a special performance of Green Eggs and Ham by several staffs and students. We recognized Heart Health Month with Kids Heart Challenge by wearing red on Wednesdays. There was a PTO-sponsored food drive where we raised over 300 pounds of food for Fulfill on Monmouth County, an impressive number for such a small school. Upcoming, True Blue Tuesdays. For the month of March, we are wearing blue on Tuesdays to recognize our theme of the month, trustworthiness. Class parties, which will be 325 through 328, are right around the corner. The recent warm weather has everyone excited for the arrival of spring. Rock your socks. On March 21st, we will recognize World Down Syndrome Day by wearing fun, colorful, creative socks. The idea is to start a conversation so when people ask about your socks, you can tell them, I'm wearing them to raise awareness of Down syndrome.
Thank you. DeFino, Dee Dee?
Lots of excitement this past month at DeFino, from Valentine's Day to celebrations for the 100th day of school and Read Across America Week. They welcomed Mike Dawson, the award-winning New York Times contributor and author of the middle grade graphic novel series, The Fifth Quarter. Through these assemblies and writing workshops with Mrs. Atwood, students learn how writers and artists gain inspiration from creating work about the world around them, and they came away inspired to start telling their own stories using comics. Our 5th graders celebrated their final year at DeFino during their 5th grade dance that took place at MJ's earlier this month. The kids danced the night away at this awesome glow party. Their largest event this year is the Bingo Bonanza that took place a couple of weeks ago. The PTO would like to thank the 400 plus attendees, wow, and of course their incredible donors. This was truly a night to remember. This is a busy week as well for them. This Thursday is their spring cupcake sale, and Thursday and Friday are school picture days. This Friday is also their annual lip sync show, and they're super excited that in addition to their 100 plus students that are performing, they will have nearly 25 staff members performing in their own opening number. Lastly, we'd like to share that they'll be hosting a clothing drive on Saturday, April 13th, just in time for spring cleaning. They will be collecting bad clothing, shoes, bedding, and towels, and even stuffed animals, because they believe that every little bit helps.
Thank you. Dugan, Danielle?
So Dugan PTO had a very busy month, recapping our talent show with over 100 acts. The children performed great. It was really a night to remember. It was one of our best events to date. Also this month, we were able to provide Starbucks for our teachers, and that was because of the gift card donations that were received for Stock the Fridge. The PTO was able to bring back Dugan's Got Heart, where every child wrote their pledge for kindness on a 5-foot wooden heart that were displayed in the cafeteria. And then also that it coincided with Dugan Makes a Difference, which is a teacher recognition program where parents were able to give feedback on special staff members, and those certificates are all down the PTO bulletin board. We are bringing back the traditional Stock the Fridge program. The lists are available on PT board. The students got to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with lots of green last Friday. Thank you to the parents who purchased snack items, and one of the most successful fundraising, the Stanley Cup or the non-Stanley Cup straw toppers that were in the shape of little dragons. The kids really enjoyed them. The book fair is currently taking place through March 21st. The schedule for when students will be going to the book fair can be found in this past Sunday's e-blast. Students can bring in cash to purchase books, or money can be put into the e-wallet. The link to e-wallet can also be found in this past Sunday's e-blast. For parents who would like to shop with their children, the book fair will be open from 5:30 to 7:30 tomorrow, March 20th. In addition, every teacher was given the opportunity to provide a secret wish list for their classroom, and those will be available for parents to purchase from tomorrow to restock the classroom libraries. School Spirit Day is Friday, March 22nd. Students can show off their spirit by wearing Dugan apparel or wearing green. Also, the school store is this Friday, March 22nd, and will be taking place during lunch. You can purchase gift certificates to our school store on PT board. The yearbooks are now available for purchase. They are $40 each. To purchase a yearbook, please see eBlast sent Sunday for the link. Boosters can also be purchased through the same link. Route 9 cards are available for purchase through the PT board. The Dugan PTO is excited. One of the initiatives was to really enhance recess. So we're just closing out, hopefully for more days than not, the season of the indoor recess boxes that they had donated earlier this year. And we are looking forward to seeing the children out on the slide that was purchased and installed also earlier this year. The 5th grade committee has met, and all the forms for Black Bear have been handed out. They're due back this Friday. May 17th will be our 5th grade dance, and this upcoming next Thursday, March 27th, is the Jersey Freeze Dine to Donate. That is 5th grade specific. This week is a big announcement. It will be our booster-thon with both an in-school and out-of-school aspect. That's it.
That's it. That's a nice list. Good stuff at Dugan, and all schools, but that was good. Okay. Sorry, Marl, Dr. Miskowitz.
Marlboro Elementary is going to be having a grade 5 lunch with a loved one during the week of March 18th through the 22nd. On March 28th, they're going to have a cultural diversity assembly. April 8th is an Author Day visit from Jared Lerner. And April 8th is through an MEF grant. Thank you, MEF. Mad Science Assembly for grades 2 and 3 PEP students. And the students at Morel are actively practicing for their talent show, which will be on April 25th.
Thank you. Robertsville, Annette?
I have 2 reports, one from Ms. Green, one from Jackie Mazzarello. Thank you both for your reports. Robertsville staff and students put on a spectacular lip sync show last Friday night. Everyone had a marvelous time. We are getting ready for Disability Awareness Month. The planning has begun. This week will be the 3rd meeting of the PTO-sponsored book club. We have very excited readers in grades 2 through 5. The senior readers, in collaboration with Marlboro Recreation, came to read with the children last week, and everyone really enjoyed the visit. You have to check out those photos on our social media. It was just the cutest thing. And this one is from our PTO president, Ms. Mazzarello. Happy spring from Robertsville. We are in the final months of our 23-24 year and still have so much in store for our students and staff. First, we want to acknowledge our lip sync performance hosted on March 15th. For anyone who supported this event, we thank you. Our teachers performed a Disney mashup, and we even had a guest appearance from Genie of Aladdin. Our students danced and sang, and the whole audience participated. What an amazing performance, and we could not thank our PTO enough. The teachers and staff who came out to support these events and planned and executed so much with the students, we couldn't do it without you. We hosted a hot cocoa bar on March 15th for our 5th graders, and we also kicked off a chocolate fundraiser as well. We have the pretzel sale on March 28th. The school store is this Friday, March 21st, and then the BMX assembly is on April 12th. Also, save the date for our Parents' Night Out fundraiser on May 29th. Tickets go on sale April 1st. Please come join us at the Grand Marquis for raffles, prizes, music, and dinner. Have a great spring break.
Awesome, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? For the Parents' Night Out, is it just for that school, or?
That's probably a question for Ashley McCormack, who's on the PTO at Robertsville. But I do believe that specific Parents' Night Out is aimed towards raising funds for
Yes.
Robertsville, but I'm sure everyone's
Robertsville
welcome.
families are encouraged to invite family and friends with them if they'd like to. But other than that, we kind of keep it to Robertsville families.
Cool, thank you. Old Middle, Michael?
For Ms. Principal Milwaukee and the PTO, we wish to thank everyone who supported and attended this year's musical, Beauty and the Beast Junior. It was a huge success. Everyone had a great time. Shout out to the parents, staff, and students. It is always an event that we look forward to. We are making final arrangements for the music department's competition trip to Philadelphia. Good luck to the wind ensemble, choral, and jazz band who will be competing this year. The next PTO meeting is March 19th, and it will be remote. Our Yankee game fundraiser just wrapped up. Looking forward to a fun family day at Yankee Stadium on May 5th. Thanks to all our MMS families who participated. Our MMS Spring Clothing Drive will take place on April 20th from 12:30 to 2 p.m. and will benefit the 8th grade class. Clean out those closets, get ready for spring, drop off your bags, and clean and gently used items such as clothes, shoes, handbags, belts, linen, stuffed animals, and toys. Spirit wear. We still have some in stock for MMS class of T-shirts left for only 7th grade left. Get them before they're gone. Route 9 discount cards are still for sale and can be purchased online. Attention parents of 8th graders. Class of 2024 lawn signs and towel fundraisers are now available. Show your pride for your 2024 MMS graduate by purchasing a sign for displaying your lawn and or a swim day towel. Lawn signs $25 and towels are $20. We're also offering a locker decorating fundraiser. We'll decorate your student's locker for graduation. All lockers will be decorated in June before graduation. Decorations will be MMS class of 2024 themed. We will even add your child's first name if you would like. Discounts available for double households, twins, and triplets. 100% of all proceeds go directly back to our 8th graders. Please continue to check PT Board for weekly updates.
Can I just piggyback off that for a minute? I had the honor of attending the MMS show, and it was awesome. Beauty and the Beast was amazing. The students blew me away. I've never actually been to a middle school production, and it was amazing. Michael McDonald, shout out to that man. He's awesome. He's been employed in this district for a very long time, and he knows what he's doing with that soundboard. And also to Michael Lemansky, our backstage crew. He did so well.
Michael, you have a plaque at Olds Middle. Is that?
He does. He has a plaque right
We saw it
outside
in
the
hallway.
auditorium.
The performances really feel professional. I'm very much looking forward to Mean Girls on Friday night. I just got my tickets tonight. If you have a chance to get out to the middle school performances, I really encourage you to go. The talent is off the charts. The kids are so wonderful. It's so refreshing to see them, all their hard work come to fruition. Thank you for the backstage tour. I really appreciate you. Love seeing
It's
you.
like Knight
work
and Zeta
your-
Elementary, right? It's like Knight and
It
Zeta.
really is. It's so close to high school level performance, but it really is so entertaining. The talent in our district is just incredible.
Amazing talent, and we have an amazing staff. I mean, they are over and above to with our students day to
I
day.
agree.
with
It was
this-
incredible.
What they do, it's amazing.
And I just want to say I went to the show also. Even the costumes were amazing. It was a beautiful show, and thank you. And yes, I'll give the update about Mean Girls in a second, but Dr. Miskowitz, you wanted to say something?
I too went to the show, and I've been involved in theater because I have kids, and I now have grandchildren. And so I've been involved with theater groups for years. And this, I have to tell, and I know my kids aren't watching it, this was the best I've ever seen. The kids were absolutely spectacular. And for any Marlboro parent who is watching, your children were absolutely outstanding. The scenery, the backstage things, the singing, the choreography, the staff, every bit was perfection. It truly was like going to see a Broadway production, and I thank them for inviting us to to see this show. I was just blown away, and I was singing the whole weekend. So, unlike this weekend, I was not singing.
Thank you for that. And leading into Mean Girls Junior, Marlboro Memorial proudly presents Mean Girls Junior, the musical. The show times are actually coming for this week, so it's this Thursday at 6, this Friday at 7, and Saturday at 4 o'clock. Tickets are $10 at the door. If you want to attend, and the spring clothing drive is coming up in April. There will be one place to drop off all things, so you can drop off bicycles, books, clothes, and all of that. So if you have bikes that you're not using, drop them off there. If you can't make it, you can always email PTAMMS, at gmail.com if you can't get there on the drop-off day, and they will coordinate for you. So I have something from Mr. Pacifico, thank you, and also from the PTA. Concessions will be sold at Mean Girls show, so just make sure you bring your money. The 8th grade sales will begin as soon as we return from spring break. Sales will be for the dance, yard signs, towels, and graduation grams. That's for the lockers. There's also the Yankees fundraiser that just closed, along with our digital catalog. Ongoing sales of birthday grams, magnets, and discount cards. They're also looking for PTA board members if interested. Please email ptamms@gmail.com. It is a pretty awesome PTA, I have to say. Okay, scope, Aditi.
Scope is delighted to be working with MTPS administration, staff, and families in organizing activities and events to honor disabilities acceptance month throughout April. Their fundraising efforts begin with a successful t-shirt sale featuring this year's theme, Be the Eye in Kind. Many thanks to everyone who supported by purchasing the 2024 t-shirt. And if you haven't, I think you guys could still do it. And I really encourage everyone to purchase the t-shirts. Looking forward to April, we invite you to donate to our annual Walk of Change. On Friday, April 19th, this district-wide celebration serves as a vital fundraiser for crucial inclusion and learning initiatives. Your participation and support significantly impacts their students' educations. On Friday, April 19th, please have your children wear the Scope Walk for Change t-shirt or a blue shirt and send in spare change, money, coins, etc., or donate on our website. The website address is scopemarlboro.ptboard.com. We extend our gratitude to the families who attended our bowling event. It was a fantastic opportunity to connect and socialize. Scope is excited to plan another memorable family event later this year.
Thank you. CPAG, Dr. Miskowitz?
No report.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to old business. Anybody? I know, Aldo, you had old business you wanted to bring.
I would like to make a motion for the policy committee to be restructured. Currently, the policy committee operates as a committee of a select few board members. I'd like to motion for the policy committee to be a committee of the whole board. To begin, the Board of Education's primary role is to be a policy-making body, which in my opinion makes this committee one of the more important, and one that deserves all voices to be represented and heard equally. This change would allow the board to operate more transparently and efficiently, two qualities which I've always felt the community deserves. At the same time, this change will provide all the members of the board, as well as the stakeholders in the community, the critical information needed when trying to understand the intentions behind policy changes and revisions. It would be in the board's best interest to be completely forthcoming and open in our dialogue regarding the policies that impact our district and students alike. Additionally, a committee of the whole in this fashion would enable the necessary checks and balances needed in an area that is our #1 priority as a Board of Education. I want to ensure that the conversations had amongst the board regarding policy are had real time and within the purview of the community, so any feedback or input that community members or board members have will be considered and hashed out publicly. This will enable our board to run more efficiently and effectively. An additional benefit of creating a policy committee of the whole board is that it'll reduce the amount of time spent by board members, administration, and legal representation in separate meetings apart from normally scheduled board meetings. It seems pointless to me to conduct these meetings separately, especially when hours of select board members' revisions and work go by the wayside with the swipe of a pen. To me, as a board member, the policy committee is a crucial part of a Board of Education's efficacy. Policies are only effective when they're collaborated upon and followed by all involved parties. I firmly believe that a motion for the policy committee to be a committee of the whole is the appropriate way to move forward for our Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Aldo. We have a second? Thank you. Discussion?
I have a question. How does that look? Like, is that an extra,
Yeah.
an additional meeting?
We'll talk through that. So
Okay.
there'll be, so what that would look like would be, and you'll step into if you've had other districts do something similar, and anybody else step in, but there'd have to probably be some additional meetings added to the calendar, which we could do, where we could have discussions solely dedicated to what policies we wanted to revise, and the meetings would take some time. Now, maybe we don't add additional meetings, we just extend the time of these meetings, which we could do too, and so that would be discussion. So it's either you could add it to the existing meeting, which our meetings are fairly long now, but you could absolutely do that, or you could create additional meetings, maybe dedicated to just some of those topics, things like that.
And they're public?
They would be in public, yes. The other, oh, go ahead.
With one caveat, there may be aspects of those meetings that we would need to go into closed session for if they're for the purpose of getting legal advice. So
really good
it would be perhaps a hybrid type meeting where part of it would be done publicly, and to the extent that there's legal questions that come up, which is often the case at our policy committee meetings, we'd have to go into closed session.
That's really good info. How would we know, like, for instance, new members might not be aware of what, would you be present during those meetings as well, during those public, you'd be here as well? So it's two.
Sorry, that would be up to the board if you'd want me here, yes.
Yeah, and so there's things that come up sometimes when we have to talk about safety, right? We had to do the safety and security policy, or we went over the threat assessment team policy, or things that sometimes are legal nature. We could do it. We would just pause in the conversation, go into executive, have the conversation, and then we'd come back out and kind of talk through that. And we could, that's absolutely doable if that's the route we want to go down. Go ahead, Michael.
No, I just want to, again, if we stay as a committee, I want to talk about after this vote is, I want to talk about how many policies we bring.
Yes, we will.
To make
yeah.
it better.
Yeah, we will. I just want to make sure we answer
But I
Ashley.
think that would, are we okay? Am I okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think with first read and second read, we do accomplish a lot of what Aldo's asking to accomplish, because that's when we do come out, and we could talk about it in first read and second read as long as we want. There's no time limit on that discussion. There's no time limit that says we have to only talk about a policy for 5 minutes. As a committee, as a full board, we can talk about each policy as long as we want in first read and second read. There's nothing stopping the time limit. I don't know that I think it's more cumbersome to do it as a full board. And I don't think, Mark, how many boards actually do it as a full board? I don't think many boards do it as a full board.
I actually don't know of any that do it as a full board because it's
think
very
Manalapan
detailed.
does.
What's that?
I think Manalapan does. I think I've attended one that was.
Sure. Yeah, I don't represent them. None
It was a
that
lot of
I
back and
am
forth.
aware of that I represent do it as a committee of the whole because it's very detailed work. It's time consuming, and a lot of boards don't feel it's efficient to have it done that way, but, it's a decision that you'd have to make.
I'd like to propose, again, just in going to transparency and just being able to have different viewpoints of the other board members. I don't think we need to necessarily move to a committee of a whole. There may be some positives to that, but there are also a lot of negatives that I feel like coming to decisions quickly would be difficult just because there's so many different viewpoints. But I do feel what would be helpful is when the policy committee meets, that there are meeting minutes that are recorded. And that is shared with the remaining board members at least a week or 2 weeks prior. The reason being, case in point today, policy 5750. I think if everybody had an opportunity to weigh in, maybe we wouldn't have even added them onto the agenda. So we could accomplish what Aldo is saying, we could accomplish what we've been doing, right, without going that route, but just having that transparency. And the other thing, to Mr. Lolansky's point, is maybe we agreed that we only do a certain number of policies, because that also will give the community an opportunity. Hey, we're not reading through 20 policies over the weekend and trying to understand it, but there's a smaller amount of policies that they can actually digest if they have any questions or anything, So I think that's the route that we should go, and I've been kind of asking for it for a few meetings. I think, if we could structure it where there's 4 people on the policy meeting and then administration, somebody actually takes notes. Somebody talks about, who was in attendance, what was discussed. Something simple as like, hey, this came from Strauss Esme, but we opted to not take it versus we're going to take just some
Aditi,
some
is this
level
something
of.
that you're asking for of all committee meetings?
No, right. I'm not asking for a whole committee meeting. I'm just saying.
Every committee meeting, you want to see minutes?
There's, right now.
There should be there
Yes,
is for
there
our
is.
meetings
There-
too.
And there is. So Mr. Balone had sent out, I think, in one time past, I think there's a running agenda that typically the administration keeps in the meeting. I know we talked through that one before, but I'm with you on that piece. Go ahead, Michael.
I think what will help is, I think what we really have to do is, and I know, Val, you have the best intentions. You wanted to go through the policies before the end of the year, right? So that's
Yes,
why
I
we
did
have-
say that, yes.
That's why we.
But we're
where
not
we
going
are.
to get through all
I
of
think
them.
to get your timeline, I think what we need to do is take a step back and skip a meeting so that you can do the policies, get them done in time for the committee, as many as the board agrees to do, right? And they can have more days to look at them.
Yeah, and I just want to.
What's happening is we're not because it's a lot of work.
A ton.
You're a Thursday night, you're doing all that. And even
Yeah,
if you-
not
even
always
if you're
Thursday,
available-
but it also depends on a few things. Sometimes it depends on everybody's schedules, it depends on when the committee meets, and then it depends on when the agenda is. I have no problem, I think we can all talk through it and vote and however you want, that's fine. If we agree on a certain number, we just have to understand that at times, there will be some that that are time sensitive, which we can absolutely identify, right?
Exactly.
So
Go ahead, Ashley. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Danielle.
I've been on the policy committee since since the reorganization meeting. So when you talk about meeting minutes, you're talking about a document that's devoid of any conversation, because that's how minutes are kept. Policy committee is all conversation. It's all points of view. And I do believe that over the past couple of policy meetings, things that were said, and it's a perfect example with 5750, that there was conversation about presenting as a whole. It didn't happen, and then there's only, so much time. And once the agenda's out, it can't be revised unless a motion is made. That's not going to be recorded in meeting minutes. Conversation is never recorded in meeting minutes. If we have a document that is kind of passed around between agenda proposal and meeting, or however you want that to look, there's a lot of questions that surround that, because meeting minutes are a legally binding document. I would definitely be interested to hear more from Ms. Gandhi about how what this document would look like, what officially would be, before it was proposed for any committee, really, because of what we do and the conversations that are had. There's been a number of times now where things that were decided in a policy committee on behalf of a committee, which is 4 members, not just one, or not just a chain of command, it's the whole committee, were not actually put into play when the policy was presented on an agenda. And that's more of the concern, and that won't be reflected in a meeting minute. So I think I was excited to hear the motion and to second it because I would like to know how those conversations that surround the policy will be captured and shared with our community, because I think that that's the meat and potatoes that's important for our community and the rest of the board members to kind of, be in the loop on.
But isn't that the structure of first read and second read? The discussion piece of when we pass a first read or
No,
discuss
I mean, it's never
together?
happened this far, as far as I've witnessed since I've been on this board.
Like the
We
first
just
reading.
discussed it. We just held that discussion.
And that was very unique. It's never happened
Yes.
before tonight.
Yes, you're right.
We have had many discussions.
Yeah, we have
The,
discussions,
I
but
don't know
it's
what we're
never-
referring to.
It's never.
I was trying to see before Danielle actually.
Dr. Miskowitz, we discussed, Dr. Miskowitz. Dr. Miskowitz.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We discussed the ESY calendar publicly. We just did that at our last meeting and decided 2 meetings ago, decided altogether to postpone it. I think we had a very meaningful discussion about that policy.
That's because a motion was made, though. So Aldo had made that motion. It was seconded, and then it was open.
So you,
I think I just want to.
So it's the same amount of time. If a policy is going to be proposed, then we're just going to make a motion to amend it. Then we're going to talk about how we're going to amend it. Then it's going to go back for another read. It's the same amount of time as if we were just laying it out for the community.
Yeah, ultimately, I just want to share too, if you don't mind. Look, I really enjoy being on the policy committee. I mean, I think that, look, as a board, right, we're a policy-making entity. It really encompasses like a majority of what we're here to do. I think the problem is that the conversations, the conversations don't translate into what is, read with the policy, and there's a lot of context missing. And just like over the weekend with 5750, like people read it, they got concerned, rightfully so.
didn't you read that in policy?
Excuse me?
Did you have a problem in the policy meeting
I
with
was-
the strikeout?
I was actually not at that meeting.
I did. I spoke
Did you
up
give
about
feedback?
it. I did.
Just to be clear, though, just really quick, that policy was first discussed on 2/29, and everybody saw it in an email the day before. Then the policy was discussed again in the 314 meeting. You did show, the meeting was supposed to end at 10:30. You arrived at 10:36, and we still were in the meeting, and then there was another meeting to follow. You had the opportunity then. Then it was sent again, and I asked everybody to review and provide feedback on 314 before it was sent in the first read agenda. Not one person provided feedback. So, and I had listed in the email what was first read and what was second read, and I said, please provide feedback. In my email, I said, because we need to get this out. Not one person responded. So I understand there may be other instances you're referring to, but when you refer to 5750, and I discuss with the community and with all of you, I just want to say, you had multiple opportunities to opine, give your feedback, and even if you felt that I missed something, when I listed first read and second read, you could have said, you missed it, Val. You didn't include everything, or you included everything that I asked you not to include. Maybe I made the mistake, which I will own wholeheartedly, but you should have then verified, like I asked, like we agreed to when we left that meeting. If there are other instances, I apologize, but in this one, we keep saying the same thing, and I can't sit here and just allow people to say, I never knew, I never saw it. Yeah, you did. It was sent to you.
We did. We saw it as a group of multiple policies.
What about the email that I sent on
made in-
314?
But,
You didn't see
but
that?
Val, people can't just
Yeah, I'm
attend
not
emails every single
understanding
day
why.
of the week.
So, but
We
I
left-
should, but
we
nobody else
left.
should.
No, we left a policy committee meeting.
Yes, and you said,
Opinions were shared, and I said that
and you
all
said
of
to
these
me, I will
policies
review it. I will review it.
I
Okay.
actually said that all policies regarding equity should be presented as a whole. Those were my words. That's
And-
what I said.
And if I made a mistake and I emailed it and then you didn't respond, that ownership is on me? I don't know.
I'm going to just say something really quickly to support Ms. Mendez, because the minute the community member brought it up, it was actioned. So I think
On
that...
your daughter's birthday. I can't let that go without mentioning that this woman responds
Right.
24/7.
So that's what I'm saying.
There
I
is
think I
never
want to
an
give her
email.
that credit because, if, again, and I just want to first make a clarifying statement that when Mrs. Mendez mentioned that she emailed everyone, she meant the policy committee, not the entire board. So we didn't see it.
I meant the
Yes.
committee, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
But I know that if that was voiced or shared. All I can say is that when the community did voice it, she actioned it and she made a change. So
Again, and my apologies if it was my mistake and maybe it was told to me I don't want it all rolled out, I'll own that piece. But when I ask people to check the work and there are other people on the committee and no one responded, I can't.
There was a response to remove it completely.
Yes, but
and then you
after
said
the
it had to
agenda,
be motioned in the
yes,
meeting.
correct. After the agenda went out, I'm with you. I gave you credit.
Yeah,
You wanted to
and-
remove it. I'm there. But before that, I asked, please take a look. Did I miss something? And so I just want to say, listen, I appreciate the policy committee so much. The time they spend, the feedback they provide. I can't thank them enough. But I'm not going to sit here and say I never saw it when it was sent, and we met multiple times. Continue. I'm sorry.
So, Dr. Moskowitz, to your point, so there is first read, and you're right. There's not a lot sometimes is not brought up, but that's not a fault of a committee or not a committee. That's a fault of more. There's 15 or 20 policies, and maybe it's just overload. And, everybody has to read really seriously every one of those policies to come up with a recommendation. So if we just work down the workload and keep the committees the way they are, the committee the way it is, I think you'll give them, and adjust the dates when we send them out. Because if we have to skip a month because you don't have the time to get them out in time to inform the board, we have to skip a month. So.
Or they can just come on, like, if you go through a few policies first, send those out first, and then some others. I mean, again, these are just recommendations.
Can that be done?
Yeah, listen, we can all discuss it. I want to do what's best if we move to a committee of a whole. If we don't, listen, all feedback, I always say, is a gift. I appreciate Aldo and Danielle's feedback. I absolutely appreciate everybody being on the committee. I know it's not easy, and I know it's time-consuming. So whether we agree to disagree, I still respect and appreciate 1,000% this committee. I'm fine with it. Like, if you want to move to a committee of a whole, it's okay, too. We could do the same thing. I could take my notes.
I just don't see a reason why we need to have the conversations in a closed committee. I mean,
Absolutely. I'm with you.
We can discuss it like we are right now, and everyone will have the context. They'll know the information.
I
So-
honestly don't feel comfortable sharing publicly my own personal feelings on certain changes. I just want to throw that out there. There are things that I feel personally that I would rather discuss in executive session with all of you with a level of discretion than to sit here and discuss
no,
publicly.
I can respect that. I
'Cause
just,
it's,
as I was thinking through myself, I just don't see where, I feel like anything
Danielle,
I say.
you were so passionate about certain.
What?
No, I'm just speaking to Danielle because she just spoke so passionately at the microphone about, how she feels on a personal level before she was elected as a board member.
100%. I'm not embarrassed about that. I am fully. That's why I did it in public on the microphone as a community member. I have nothing to hide. I want transparency.
If this
the
is
community
about
knows
anything
who
to
I
hide,
am.
this is about protecting
I'm totally
myself
fine
and my
with that.
children in the buildings. There's a lot at stake here for me as a parent. So
I would
don't
never.
want-
I would never propose to
Yeah,
discuss
how-
security or safety or anything like that. Those obviously would have to be behind closed doors.
Listen, this is
for
just
that.
my opinion. I'm respecting yours, and I expect the same in
Surely,
return,
but you're talking about me directly, so I'm going to respond.
Aditi, just to make it clear, so I think what you're looking for in a timely fashion, not a couple days before a meeting, is what Val gave in public a couple times. This is red line and why it's red line. This one has added a word, and this is why we added the word for the changes that come in each policy. So as you're reading the policies and the changes, you know why they were there and where they came from.
Yeah, and I think what it's going to also do, sorry, Dr. Moskowitz, in 1 second, is the concern that Mrs. Bellomo just brought up, right? That she voiced something during the meeting, but then she didn't think that, she thought that was going to happen, but then it didn't. So I think if we have, meeting minutes can actually capture the important topics, right? So yes, it's not going to have verbatim what everybody said, but that's the whole purpose of meeting minutes, right? It kind of captures what was discussed, what the decisions were, et cetera, right? So at that point, when that is shared with the entire board, to say, hey, these are the policies that we're reviewing, this is how we came to the decision, then the other policy committee members would have an opportunity to read and say, oh, wait, I thought this was happening, but it's not, and they can voice it. So it could eliminate that as well.
Aditi, you want these before the green notes, though, right? Because I will say that I felt a little.
Oh, yeah, before the green notes, for sure.
I've been coming a long time to meetings, and as a community member, it's not a big deal because it's the agenda, it is what it is, it's what you guys discussed. I this week felt overwhelmed as well. On Friday, I had Robertsville lip sync. I didn't get to read the green notes. Then Saturday came and it was like a priority. It was something I set down, but it was already like known to the community, and because we're not on the policy, it was definitely an issue. I mean, we should all be aware of what's going on before the community, at least if there's going to be changes or amendments like that. So I understand the idea of a policy of the whole because of that. I don't know, kind of like Annette said, I personally don't know how I feel about discussing. I mean, I've read a lot of these policies, and if we're going to amend things, I don't know how I feel about speaking truthfully and organically in front of the community about all specific things. I feel like in a close, behind doors, things come out more and can be honestly discussed. And that doesn't mean that I'm not being transparent, because I am 100% for transparency. I just mean that there are topics like security and stuff like that that it should not be discussed out loud.
Right, that goes without saying.
I can understand the security aspect.
I'm kind of torn, honestly.
So
I don't know.
I think we should, I think I think we've had discussion. Anybody else want to talk before we move to a vote?
I just want to thank you, Aldo, for bringing this up so that we all had a say in exactly how we feel about this. So thank you, because now we can sit back and figure out which way should we vote on your thing. I don't know if we should vote today.
We have to.
He made the motion. Oh, he made the motion. Oh,
He made the motion, yeah.
Oh, Aldo, you made the motion already.
He did. He made the motion. You got to vote. Just a few things to wrap up. So we could, obviously, you're going to take roll call, going to vote, and you can vote however you feel comfortable. That's your right to do so. A couple of things, though, I just want to be clear on. Every month, there's policy updates. I read the title. I read the changes for mostly the significant ones. And some I've even given presentations. I try to really be open with the community by literally reading every single one almost and talking about how important it is and some key changes. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that, listen, there's always room for improvement every single day. I could always do better tomorrow than I did today. And I'm open to all feedback. Whatever way we go, please. But again, thank you. I really do want to thank the policy committee. We can have different opinions on things, but I do want to thank you very much for your work.
Before we vote on this, just a couple things, understanding if we don't vote yes to this motion, specifically, kind of speaking about the policy 9191, I was new to the board, and that policy was put in front of me, and I was told, have input on this policy. I didn't know anything. I didn't know any history. I don't have that knowledge. I'm, new to that whole scene. If this motion is not passed to go to policy of the whole, that is not a policy that I would have ever brought to the forefront or created. I was told that had to be brought to the forefront and created. Will we have input on which policies are implemented, which policies are, prescribed, or which ones we're working on, or is it going to just be that we're told that these are the policies that we need to look at, and that is kind of where it will land? What will it look like if we don't move to policy of the whole? Will it just stay exactly as it is, where we're given a bunch of policy numbers, we go to the policy meeting, and we're kind of just doing our due diligence on what we feel is best, or are we going to be able to propose policies or something like that?
I think
Because
everyone
that was confusing.
So in my, yeah, so.
We don't, though. We have
So like
always
last
been.
meeting, I proposed 9210 be revised because we revised 9191, and I felt that it
Right,
should
because
have
they go hand in
blanketed
hand, but that was
all
already on the
nonprofits.
slate too.
Oh, and I didn't know that
It
because
was.
I'm not in policy.
But it
I'm
was.
sorry, Ashley, a second. Just to be clear, though, so in my emails to the policy committee that we have before the meeting, here's some that we said we were going to discuss, right? Like we have some that are slated. The bottom of my email says, please also bring forth any policies you have, and not once has anybody brought forth any policies. So I just want to be clear, the question is asked, and again, it's in the email. So if no one's bringing forth, what else should I do when I ask to bring it forth? Some community members asked us to bring policies forward. We brought those forward too. So what else should we do when I'm asking the question of what policies would you like to review, and nobody responds to the email? What else are you looking for?
with that one specific policy that we had just spoken about, like I said, when I had come onto the board, I didn't have any background information regarding that policy. I was just told that this was the policy we were revising, and I want to ensure that I'm not giving input on something that I didn't know had a backstory before my input is being taken and run with. So that's, and then, you know, those decisions are kind of rolling out, and it's not really how it had been discussed when it comes full circle. It's definitely a concern.
Danielle, you had very strong input about 9191, though.
Yes, as a nonprofit, leader of a nonprofit.
But there were things that you were adamant about, regardless of the history.
I was asked certain questions about being in the nonprofit sector and how I felt about it, and I gave my feedback on that, and that was not regarding any knowledge.
The other issue, though, is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that, like, at least this was my takeaway of, you know, taking a step back and watching the process, you know, work its way. Without having the, like, input from, you know, the entire board, from even stakeholders in the community, you know, we sit there and we spend all this time revising policies, you know, we're paying the attorney to be there. Mr. Ballone's taking time out of his day, and, you know, he's a salaried employee to be there. And we walk away with these revisions, but they end up, you know, once we get the feedback from the rest of the board and the rest of the community at public comment, everything ends up changing anyway. We're wasting, like, that first read, we should just have it publicly.
But won't that time be spent in a policy of a whole meeting?
Yes, it's the same time.
But it'll be hashed out real time.
Aldo, I don't understand what you mean by everything gets changed. We changed a policy here or there. We passed a ton of policies. We've changed very few policies. I don't think you can say everything.
Right,
it's
you
a
can
very
say one or two.
Well, I'm saying that
everything.
once it gets opened up to the rest of the stakeholders and the rest of the board, there's input that comes in and changes that have to be made, and so I think that we're better off.
There are changes, I agree with you, but they're few and far between.
Ultimately, what I'm trying to say is,
Dr. Misiewicz' comment, there's not a lot of discussion.
And even a committee of a whole, there'll still be input. And to Mr. Lolansky's point, I can't even tell you the number of policies we changed. There were some that changed because people came forth with feedback, but majority of them had no changes from first to second read. But again, if you have there may be certain ones you're thinking about, but to broad brush it, I don't want to mislead, but that's the reason for first and second read.
Look, ultimately, I'm not trying to mislead. I just think it would be a lot more efficient if we did it publicly. I mean, you know, what I'm going to say in the policy committee is not going to change if I'm saying it on a microphone. My view is still my view.
I've shared a lot of my views because I'm here and I speak to all of them. People ask me questions and I try to field the questions and answer them. I'm with you. I think, though, at this point, we should move to a vote. Did you have something you wanted to say?
No, I'm just, I am overwhelmed with everybody arguing. You know?
No, listen.
No. I think this is a great discussion. I don't think this is an
listen,
argument.
I think, by the way, we don't all have to agree on everything. That's why we're here, right? We don't have to agree. If we're all yes men, that's not what we're looking for.
Even as a committee of a whole,
because,
I don't
Aldo,
think.
I appreciate you bringing this forward. I think it's a very important.
It's a good conversation to have, absolutely.
And I do think, you know, that being, you know, what we need to look at, and that's why I said, oh darn, it's emotion. So, but we have to look at the pros and cons. But we can't look at the pros and cons just boom, 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 and then make a major decision. This is a big decision to me.
This can always be motioned again, right? In the future, if we wanted to motion it again, we can motion it again.
So
not the same
would
person.
You, Sue, would you be more comfortable if I tabled it until the next meeting?
Yes. And
so we have some more discussion.
Sure. Okay.
I think we should.
All
But
right,
I have one more question clarifying, and I think that's what we should do. Yeah. But to Aldo's point when he said that, you know, let's talk about this in front of the public. So right now, you know, stuff happens in closed session. Then you come out, you have it in first read. We have discussion, the public gets to comment, and then we either take the comments or we decide that we have to do this for various different reasons. If we do this publicly, while we're discussing, explain to me the scenario. Like, how would that happen? Like, does the public get to come up and raise their hand and have a conversation and give their feedback? Because I think you know, what I think the point Aldo was trying to make is like, what's the point of doing all this behind the scenes and then bringing it out and then we have to change it again? But I don't think that when we're discussing it publicly, they would be able to, because it would be still the same format, right? Okay.
Ultimately, yeah, what I was just trying to say was, if we have the discussion publicly instead of in a committee setting, they're going to have all the context. It's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be they get the agenda on a Friday afternoon saying, well, why did they make this change? This doesn't make, you know, and then you go down a rabbit hole for the whole weekend trying to figure it out, you know, and you're like, you know,
So is
there's
this
no
a
reason,
motion
there's
and
no,
then a
there's no need
motion?
for that to happen, you
You
know?
didn't make a motion yet.
Can I
So
make a
just
motion
to
table
clarify
it?
the question on the public participation, so every board meeting has to have at least one public participation session. So if we went to a committee of the whole structure, I'd envision on the agenda, we'd have a section at the beginning, at the end, wherever you feel it's appropriate, called public participation. The public would be able to get up and weigh in on anything we discussed, and then we'd be able to take that into consideration, I guess, between first and second reading.
But Aditi, it wouldn't be that we're like, okay, everybody weigh in on what you think. It would be similar to the conversation we had with shall versus may, right? When you were on the guidance counseling policy and we were kind of talking about like why we think it should be one way, why someone thinks that's what it would be like for the different policies, right? It would be those types of conversations. Not saying that's the right or wrong way, just saying that that's kind of what it would look like. So there's pros and cons, absolutely, to both sides. We wouldn't get nearly enough accomplished, at least in my opinion, but we could absolutely do that and just do less. The meetings would be extended, right? And that's the con you'd have to look at, or we add additional meetings. Fine either way, but that's just some of that. So there's pros, right, that everybody gets involved, and there's cons that we really wouldn't get a ton accomplished either, and it would be longer meetings, that's all.
I personally disagree that we wouldn't get as
Yeah.
much done, but.
Right, and maybe that's my own perception. I'm the one
Yeah, I
who's.
mean,
Well, until 2 a.m. maybe, we would get more done.
If we put Aldo's and Michael's ideas together, less policies and a group, maybe we could come to a conclusion that way.
Also, just one more piece.
But not today.
Before we move on, what does it look like to restructure a committee? Like if there's, you know, dissatisfaction or distaste with committee members, what does that look like?
Yeah, but by policy, the board president has the authority to appoint members to a committee and or remove. It's really within the board president's discretion, taking into consideration the wishes of the members.
Yeah, because I just hear it's like a lot of time that you've committed and you feel like it's been wasted, so maybe it's just a discussion to look at different leadership on policy.
Oh, you mean like a new chair? Is that what you're saying?
Or new members.
Oh, I mean, it's the only committee I'm on. I don't want to be on any others. Actually, I'm on building and grounds also. Yeah, I don't, if that's what you're insisting, is that what you're saying?
I'm
No,
on
definitely not.
committees, and I'm not complaining about the work that goes into being on a committee. I know what I signed up for. I know what this commitment means, and I just would hope that my fellow board members had the same level of commitment, because
we spend hours. I can guarantee we
I
spend
just
more
asked
hours
him if he
than
was at the
anybody.
last meeting. He said he wasn't there.
But
That was the
he
only
missed
meeting
one.
I've
He's been
missed
at every other
in-
one. I think everybody can attest to
Actually,
that.
that's actually the only meeting I've missed.
And
So,
multiple additional meetings.
But, you know, in addition to
All right,
that,
so-
it's
go
just,
ahead.
it's a little, it becomes aggravating when you put so much time and thought into revisions and you work hours on it as a group, you know, as a committee. And then it's all, you know, once we get the input from the rest of the board and the community, there's stuff that we, you know, we're human. We miss things. We don't think about
I'm stuck
certain.
on why you didn't take the opportunity to give your feedback before it was on the agenda.
What happened?
I'm just stuck on why you didn't give your feedback before it was put on the agenda.
We got the email with the policies at 10:35 at night on Thursday, and then it was on the agenda Friday.
You had
So
it
that
at
wasn't
4.
like
It went
no,
out
it wasn't
at 4
Friday
o'clock.
at 4. It was Friday at like right around 2.
2:30, yeah.
Yeah, so I was actually in the elementary school the entire day.
Sure, I know, I was doing things too. So I think we should, Aldo, do you want to, I know Dr. Miskowitz proposed something that you said you may potentially want to postpone it, or do you want us to vote now?
Yeah, I mean, look, if it doesn't sound like anybody thinks that having the discussions publicly would be beneficial. I think that would be the
So do
best
you
way
want
to
to
do
remove
it.
it, or do you want to vote now?
But I mean, if it's going to get tossed by doing it now, we could postpone it.
So
if you guys
your options are to postpone it to a future meeting, withdraw it altogether, or go to the vote.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to withdraw it, but yeah, if you guys want to postpone it, I'm fine with that.
I'd rather vote now.
I'm good with voting now.
motion, so I figured.
Aldo, I think we have to decide what are you doing?
Oh,
Are you
Aldo, do you
tabling
want to
it, or are
postpone
you-
it, or do you want to
Just 'cause
vote?
you said you guys, I just.
There's been a first and a second. We're actually ready to go to the roll call unless he wants to make a motion to postpone.
Yeah, we could postpone. Let's
So, Mr. Petruno made a motion to postpone. We need a second on the motion to postpone.
Danielle.
Danielle, okay. Any discussion on the motion to postpone? To a future meeting, or do you want to go to a specific date, Aldo, or just leave it open-ended right now?
I think we could just postpone it till the next meeting.
Next
I don't
meeting.
think we need to go beyond that.
Okay. Postpone the motion to the next meeting.
Okay, roll call vote to postpone the motion till the next meeting. Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Alansky?
I think it's important to keep this committee. I'm just going to say no.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Palomo?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
No.
Okay, 6-2, motion passes.
So the motion is postponed. It'll actually appear on our agenda at the next meeting because it was postponed to the next meeting. Okay.
All right, great. New business? Oh, I'm sorry, any other old business? New business? Okay, public comments.
Can we go? I just wanted to follow
yeah.
up with policy 9191 and where we stand with everything regarding, is everything, we're all good to go with that policy?
Yes, policy 9191, we received the bylaws from the Marlboro Educational Foundation and all other required documentation. Right, I just want to make sure. Were you asking something, Ashley?
I just wanted to make sure I heard you. You said we received the bylaws from the.
We
Marlboro
received the
Education?
bylaws,
Period.
the MEF's bylaws, not from the MEF. We are in possession of the MEF's bylaws, not from the MEF, to clarify your point made, thank you, and other documentation. And I know they're moving forward. They've had some fundraisers to Annette's point, but Danielle, did that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Any other new business? Sorry, no? Dr. Miskowitz, were you unmuting? Okay. Okay. And public comments. Did anybody sign up? I know, Mr. Cohen, you wanted to speak, but did anybody sign up? Vinny?
No one signed up.
Okay, Mr. Cohen?
My wife asked me, what am I going to say? She's afraid. Brian Cohen and Marlboro, thank you for those comments and for raising the issues. But let me first start by thanking the Security Committee and the words that you mentioned today about looking to develop a cyber policy. Commend you for moving forward, and like I said in my email that I sent you a little while ago, I'm here to help if you need some guidance. I do have comments on 2411, but I'm going to just sort of put those in an email because it's late. I do want to make some comments about the committee of a whole recommendation as you consider this going forward to the next meeting. First, I think tabling it was a good idea because you have one board member who's missing, and they should, as an elected official, also have an opportunity to weigh in on that conversation because it affects you all. I also want to mention that, you know, meeting minutes versus transcripts. I've been involved in lots of boards. You can capture the essence of a conversation in a meeting minute very easily, and I think that they're important, and they sort of do document a historical perspective of what you were thinking in that context. I just also want to just say, you know, moving to a committee of the whole is a drastic step forward. And there are probably some things that you could do in between. You know, having a more inclusive policy meeting that meets, and as I suggested earlier, thinking about engaging your chairs of your committees into the policy conversation is extremely helpful. I also think that you can look at some steps to broaden the communication when you send out policy changes, explanations. Why are you making these changes? What's the criticality of it? Is it a mandate? Is it a legislative change? Is it a typo? What's the reason for it? Advising us as public, or even advising yourselves as to what the nature of those changes are extremely helpful. Also understanding impact. You know, there was a lot of different perspectives about 57, 56 and what the impact was. But having a statement from the policy committee as to what they're suggesting the impact is of the change really is helpful for us. So better communication, more transparency, more information, maybe is more valuable to us, but also it sounds like, quite frankly, from the conversation that was going on here, maybe more valuable for you too in your considerations of this. So those are just my suggestions. I do think it's good that you stop and you think about this, come back, and then reevaluate. But I do think that there are some steps that you can take going forward before you go to the drastic step of committee of the whole. You will not get a lot done. Sorry. Thank you.
Can I just, not to respond, I just have a statement as well, because sorry, I know, you want to go to CAP, I know. I was on the other side of the table not that long ago, and I never, ever, ever saw any policy changes. I never saw public discussion. I never saw any, from my understanding, the recommendations came down from Strauss-Esme, and our previous superintendent approved them. The policy committee never had anything to report. They never had any feedback. They barely even ever met. So I just want to recognize the leaps and bounds that we've already grown in including the community in these discussions, because as you see via Val's presentations, she has, you know, slides and discussions, and she's always welcoming feedback. She's always open for discussion. So I just want to not lose sight of the fact that we've already come so far. I even remember being in the audience with Mr. and Mrs. Cohen. There was never policy discussion ever when they went to the microphone. No one ever had questions about why policies were never touched or never changed or if they were outdated. So I think we need to just recognize how far this community has come as far as working in tandem for the benefit of the children. I don't want that to get lost in any type of discussion.
I agree with you 100%. It's night and day, and it's night and day between what it was like and what it is now. And there's so much more going on that the community is.
There were many times they were asked for policy committee updates, and the response was literally, I have none. So for years and years and years, policies just were left stale and out of date and just being passed by the superintendent, which, no offense, Michael, it's not really, it wasn't his place, and no one ever had a problem with that. He was just acting as one person approving policy when this is a policy-making committee. So I just want to make sure that we recognize how far we've come.
Or even the emails. I mean, I get to see the emails now, and I can tell you that for 4 years, the response to an email, the amount of people that would say they wouldn't get a response, it fell on deaf ears. It's insane that everyone gets a response now. And it's not just a thanks for your concern, usually. It's an actual detailed email.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for doing all that.
Oh, listen, it's part of the job. I just want to say there's always room for improvement. So if there's something that, you know, thank you, Annette, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ashley, and thank you, everybody. But it is different, right? We took it on. The board is responsible for policy, so I feel like it is our job to do it. So if I'm doing it till late at night, it's because I accepted the job, and I'll do it. But I just want to say we really do try. I really do try to present to you, read you the number, read you what the changes are. And listen, if you have feedback on how it could be different, which we heard some today, no problem. I'm here to, you know, do whatever. And I appreciate the discussion, Aldo. You know, whether we all agree or don't agree, doesn't matter. I appreciate the conversation anyway. Mrs. Bono, I know, we're going, but go ahead and say it.
I wanted to thank all of you for all your time, because I know this is a volunteer position, and, you know, being a community member, it is late. I also wanted to say congratulations to all the retirees, but in addition, I had to give a special shout out to Mrs. Laura Sturgis, who is on the agenda tonight as a disability retirement. And for 18 years, she has, well, 1 year at Morrell, but for the others, she has served the students of Robertsville, and she worked up until the very last day she possibly could, and nothing made her happier than teaching the students of Marlboro. And in my religion, 18 is high, it's life, and she truly lived her best life as an educator at Robertsville, and she will surely be missed. terribly. And so I just wanted to congratulate her on the 18 years and say how she will be missed on her disability retirement. And I'm not going to use my whole 2 minutes, Miss Seward, but I am going to say cap, 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 cap.
Mrs. Bono, you didn't talk about your notes you found from, 2012.
I did. I have notes from a board meeting from 2012 where I have things time-stamped of me in advising Mr. Salant, please go to CAP. Don't do this. Do that. It was crazy.
I can't wait to hear the retirement comments from Ms. Bono.
Thank you, thank you. Anybody else have any public comments? Okay. Motion to close public comments. Ashley, second. Aditi, conversation, discussion?
None.
None, okay. All right. Executive session resolution. Be it resolved that in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, the Marlboro Township Board of Ed shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to the exceptions prescribed by NJSA 10-4-12 for the purpose of discussing matters of attorney-client privilege, MTHC negotiations, and personnel matters. No action will be taken in public. Do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, thank you everybody for being here. Meeting adjourned.